What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden. Things are a little different around here, right? We have taken some time to just totally shake it up in terms of the way that we are going to present severe weather streaming to you, and you can expect so much exciting stuff here in the future. We had plans for all of this week to kind of take our time to make sure that we had every last aspect of this new plan ready to rock. And of course, Mother Nature had other plans. So here we are. We are still going to be changing things. You can see at the bottom here, these are the active severe weather warnings. Those include severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and we will keep those updated throughout the evening. Right up here, that's the current time in Eastern Standard Time. And of course, we are streaming live across all of our platforms right now. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, on LinkedIn. We're also, of course, right here in the MyRadar app. I'm going to be triggering our TikTok here in just a moment as well. But I want to give a big shout out to the folks behind the scenes for setting this all up. But of course, we are dealing with a lot of active weather. You can see the tornado warnings behind me here. Jack, let's jump into the MyRadar app really quickly, and then we will bring in meteorologist Erica Lopez here in just a moment, as well as meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is out in the field. So, of course, a moderate risk in place across Texas right now. Let me zoom on out so you can see it. It's a big red bullseye in place over portions of Texas, a small portion of Louisiana, as well as over Arkansas as well. You can see that just barely extends into Oklahoma too. It's right on this point here that kind of centers around the Texarkana area, and things have been pretty active so far this afternoon. But in terms of the tornado warnings, those have really just started this late this afternoon into the early evening hours. So let's turn that off. We've got a few tornado warnings to peek at here. Here's the first one here. This is in effect till 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is for Franklin County, Titus County, and Red River County in northeastern Texas. So this is in effect here for roughly the next 20 minutes. You can see how there's a ton of shear in the atmosphere. And let me pause this so you can see. I mean, just look at these individual storms that are firing up here. Remember, on days like today, it's those individual little storms that are the ones to worry about, the discrete storms here. You don't want them to be part of the line, although we will have a line later this evening that could get pretty nasty. Got another tornado warning, or two of them, in fact, in place here until 4:45 Eastern Time, so that should expire here in the next couple of minutes, but it's possible that could get extended. That is for northeastern Bryan County there in Texas. And then we've got, unless it expired on the backside. Oh, it did not, but we have a new one here to the east of Longview. This is for Marion County and Harrison County for the next roughly half an hour. So that's in effect. We're going to bring in meteorologist Matthew Capucci in just a moment, but I'd like to welcome in meteorologist Erica Lopez. Again, folks, we are really shaking it up here in terms of the way that we're going to be bringing you live weather. Look at that two-shot. How awesome is that? There's Erica in the conference room. What's up, Erica?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, pretty active afternoon. It's going to be a long one for a lot of you guys that are watching us in Texas. And I know for me, I'm from there, so I've been texting my family all morning and afternoon long. So I know a lot of you guys are staying informed across Texas. But Mike, I also want to take a look here and point out some observed tornadoes that the National Weather Service is confirming here this evening, or afternoon, I should say. So let's zoom in here, and you can see there's a tornado in eastern Texas. So there's two different tornado warnings. And so let's show this one, and bear with me as I navigate this, the MyRadar app here on the screen behind me. But the National Weather Service earlier was confirming a tornado over this area. So this is in eastern Texas. So we're talking about the tornado warning that is currently in progress just to the north of Mount Vernon, or I should say to the south of Mount Vernon, Texas. This is on Interstate 30 there. And if we zoom in here, so let's zoom in, and you can see it behind my screen. Let's turn on the velocity correlation here. So let me actually change the radars here. You can see a lot of activity. Right now, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, there's not a lot of activity. Most of it is to the north of you, to the east of you, or even to the west. So you're kind of in this hole right now, but things will pick up here over the next several hours. So stay prepared, guys. I know maybe a lot of you watching us from there and thinking there's nothing happening. Well, all of your activity is to the east, to the west. You're pretty much surrounded by it. But let's take a look and zoom into this radar here just to show you. So I turned on that Shreveport radar. So it's not picking up very well on the rotation there, but the National Weather Service is confirming a tornado here for the tornado warning. So let's read off the counties. And again, this is for Mount Vernon, just to the north of that Talco in Bogota in Texas. This is in that Arklatex region. So in that corner of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas. Again, a confirmed tornado located near Pearlie at 10 miles north of Winnsboro, moving at 35 miles per hour. And again, not a very strong indication of rotation just because of where exactly this location of the warning is, but it is right there. I just wanted to mention that, Mike, really quickly. That is a confirmed tornado there in the eastern Texas area. So a lot of activity. And like I mentioned, this activity, at least across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, will start to pick up here over the next several hours. And I know our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, he's on these storms. He's live in the field. So we'll get to him shortly. And something new that I wanted to point out to you on the bottom of your screen, if you're watching us and we're not talking about where your area is under a severe thunderstorm warning, you can find it there at the bottom. So I think, Mike, with this new setup, that is my favorite feature that we're showcasing here this afternoon.
Yeah, and there's certainly more to come, Erica. It's just, Mother Nature sped things up a little bit. So again, big shout out to everybody behind the scenes, whether it's Matt, Damien, Jack, or James. All of them have just been rock stars getting all of this set up. I mean, look how much has changed. I mean, really, we had this desk over in that corner over there, so much has changed. So let us know where you're watching from in the chat, and we will answer your questions as the evening goes on here. I'm gonna wait from Jack here, who's running the show, to let me know as to when to take Capucci, whether or not he can hear me. I know that he's in the Zoom call. I can see him. I can hear him. So if we can take Matthew Capucci, I know that it's been a long day for him, and a long 2 days, I should say. We had a discussion the other day where it was a matter of sending him out to Texas. 3 hours later, he's in Arkansas. So one of the hardest working meteorologists, storm chasers, waffle eaters. He really is a jack of all trades here. So speaking of which, Jack lets me know behind the scenes that we can take Capucci. I think it's a matter of bringing his audio in. We will be able to bring him into the field, because I can hear him, guys, in the Zoom call. But let's jump back to the app, Jack, while you troubleshoot that. Let's take a look at things that are active right now. Again, if we are not talking about your area, as Erica mentioned, right at the bottom of your screen are all of the active tornado watches and warnings across Texas right now. Again, a moderate risk in place from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm using the per station feature here in the MyRadar app to take a look at these storms. In fact, let's get them in motion here. And what we'll do is we will look at the velocity scan, which of course is going to show us any kind of rotation in the atmosphere. First, let's take a look at this storm here near the Winfield area. This is to the east of Sulphur Springs. Remember, red is representative of winds going away from the radar. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. So if we can pause that here, we can take a look at any kind of rotation that really jumps out at us. We're using the Dallas radar site here. So in fact, let's switch over to the Shreveport radar to get a closer look at these two tornadoes. And there you go. I mean, they stand out like a sore thumb. Here's the one near to the northeast, or northwest, I should say, of Marshall. It's not hard to find it, right? Let me pause it for you and we'll zoom on in. Right there is very likely the good reason as to why this is a radar indicated tornado. When you start to see that couplet showing up there, that is representative of spin. We jump back up here to this Mount Vernon storm. This is to the west of Mount Pleasant. Let me get the radar loaded up. There you go. It's going to take a moment to bring in the latest information here. But you can see that couplet really standing out at you there, as you are seeing the red again toward the radar site, green going toward it, the red going away from the radar site. And that is why folks in Talco, Mount Vernon, Winfield, you need to be in your safe place. Whether or not there is a tornado on the ground, you certainly need to be in your safe place being that the radar is certainly showing us that there is some spin there. Let's take a look here. We're going to use I believe that's Arkansas, right? Yeah, that is an Arkansas radar. Let's take a look and see if we can spot any rotation in this. It's a small little blip there. You can see that this storm is kind of getting sucked into the larger line. And that is something that we will see as the evening progresses. There's likely to be this, it's called a QLCS, which is essentially a big word for a big line of storms that are going to potentially have some embedded spin within them as it pushes to the east. That will certainly be rather problematic later this evening as the sun sets. But as it stands right now in the central United States, it's just short of 5 o'clock in the evening, so there's still plenty of sunshine. That's why we're really starting to see some of these storms firing up. We're going to take a look at this storm here to the northeast of Bonham. As it stands, this is not a tornado-warned storm, but I'm really curious to look at the vertically integrated liquid. Yep, and that is what I suspected. You see that right there, that big white area there in the midst of that rainbow-colored area? That is a really significant hail core. Of course, vertically integrated liquid, it tells you exactly what the name is. It's moisture, water, that is being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. And of course, with these really powerful updrafts that are out front of the storm, you are just getting all of that liquid being lofted really high into the atmosphere, and that's why you're getting these really tall, deep hail cores. In fact, I'm sure if we jump over here to the enhanced echo tops, these are the heights of those storms that, yeah, of course, I mean, this storm right here is rather tall. What's really interesting here is if I jump back to the composite reflectivity, I'm going to pause it here once the latest run comes in. Do you guys see here on the back end? I can hear you, Capucci. It's just a matter of us pulling you into the stream, so stand by here. Do you guys see this tail coming off of the back end of this giant storm? Well, that is very likely hail falling out of the back of this storm. So it happens when the radar beam is bouncing off of the hail, and then, of course, it bounces off of the site, and then of course as it returns, it's bouncing off of the hail as it is falling. It's called a three-body scatter spike, a TBSS, and we saw one of those yesterday. In fact, a couple of them yesterday. We shared them on our Twitter account, but that is right there. I mean, that one stands out pretty significantly there. And for the folks that live in Ector, Bonham, Ravenna, very likely that you are seeing some fairly large hail. We heard some reports yesterday of near softball-sized hail. Very likely that we will continue to see incredibly large hail as the evening progresses here. I know that Capucci out in the field is probably hoping for a DVD-sized hail to fall near him. I think he would probably take that as a badge of honor if it hit his vehicle out there. So it's just a matter of potentially tracking him down here. So let's jump back over to the velocity and let's take a peep at these tornado-warned storms. It's these guys here that are to the west of Arkansas and Louisiana that are really grabbing our attention, being that there is pretty persistent rotation in both of those storms. As soon as I get the thumbs up from Jack in the back here, we will take Capucci in.
We can all hear you.
And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to spin up our TikTok live as well so we can have this going for a little bit. All right. So for the folks at home, our TikTok is live. We're working on bringing in the stream as we are live, but I can still answer your TikTok questions there. We are MyRadar WX on TikTok. We also are going to have some shots of some chasers in the field as well, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. And Erica as well is going to be able to pull up some cameras while we still have sunlight from the Weather STEM Network. Big shout out to them as well. What's up, all you people in TikTok? How are you guys doing? All right. So we, as it stands right now, have 3 tornado warned storms. Let me swap back over to the composite reflectivity, or rather, there's another one. There is our 4th tornado warned storm. So let's switch over. We're going to go to the Austin radar. That's a new one. Now, it is part of a line, although it did start as its own storm. And there's a good example of what we are very likely going to see as the evening progresses here. These very powerful lines of storms, rather narrow looking, but packing a pretty significant punch. I know that the Storm Prediction Center in their discussion talked about 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I mean, this line is certainly capable of doing such wind gusts here. Beyond that, even a tornado. You can see this little notch, if I zoom in here, that is very likely as to why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning. Right there. The issue is that they're embedded, right? They're built into this line rather than kind of being off on their own. In the grand scheme of things, it's good for, if you are going to have to deal with a tornado, for it to be a part of this convective line, being that when it's close to other storms, they kind of have to share the available energy in the atmosphere, that juice. Whereas when they're off on their own, they don't have to share with anyone, and they can continue their merry way and get nice and strong. So again, if we're talking silver linings here, that kind of is one, but it's still not good, don't get me wrong. Let's jump back over here where we have, what would the word be? Triple, what's the word for 3? Either way, 3 tornado warnings here. Let me switch over to a trio. Thank you, Capucci. My brain is not functioning. I haven't had enough coffee. Thank you. Still waiting on pulling you in here, Capucci, so stand by. We had you earlier, but for whatever reason, I know that they are scrambling in the back to get it going, but we are still live. Things are good. Again, if you folks are watching in the chat, let me know where you are watching from. I've got it pulled up in front of me here, so what's up to all you people? On YouTube, I see somebody in Mansfield, Texas, as well as somebody near Houston, Texas. Hope that you are doing well this evening. The good news is that, Houston is not dealing with any of the storms that the Dallas-Fort Worth area has been dealing with here for the past 2 days.
The rodeo is happening, though.
What'd you say, Erica?
The rodeo is happening in Houston.
The rodeo? Do you mean the rodeo?
Yes. Or sorry, I'm used to calling it that. In California, they call it that.
Your Texas is showing. All right. So let's jump back over here again to the trio of tornado warnings. We've got one to the west of Marshall, another to the northwest of Mount Pleasant, and another one to the northwest of Hugo as it stands right now. Cool new feature within the MyRadar app, mind you, in the layers menu here and in the weather alerts layer, you can effectively toggle everything that you want to see in terms of the weather alerts. We had a lot of feedback from our users saying when there's a lot going on, it's really difficult to see. So we made it so you can completely piecemeal all of the alerts, the watches, and the warnings from the special ones, marine alerts, air, dust, and smoke, what have you. But as it stands right now, I've just got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings turned on in the app. And of course, you can control the opacity. You can fill them in if you want to. So there's a lot of great stuff here in the app. So we're going to keep an eye on these 3 storms here. I want to zoom in on this one to the northeast of Durant. I know this is one that pushed by where Capucci was. I'm going to have to switch to a different radar site in order for us to get a better look at that rotation. Well, no, that's not going to grab it from Dallas. Take a look here. The radar's from Oklahoma City. There we go. Okay. So there it is, right? Radar indicated tornado pushing through Armstrong, Caddo. This was over the past hour here, and that is pushing toward the northeast. Antlers, you are not part of the tornado warning, but it remains to be seen whether or not that they will extend that tornado warning. I mean, there's a lot of pockets of embedded rotation within these storms here. All right, what's going on, all you TikTokers? How are you? We got people watching in Fort Worth, Central Arkansas. So Lexi is asking, should Central Arkansas be concerned with the possibility of tornadoes? That's a great question. So for one, I would suggest in the MyRadar app, you go to the weather outlooks layer, turn that on, and with that, you are going to be able to see the warning outlooks, or the outlook, I should say, map from the SPC. And Capucci's update earlier today said it looks like an avocado. I would challenge him to say it looks like an evil avocado, especially with that big red center there that stretches from Dallas into Tyler, into Texarkana and El Dorado. El Dorado, the city of gold, but today, I mean, it looks to be covered in a lot of red from the Storm Prediction Center. Of course, that's a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. We were kicking around in the office whether or not that was going to go high risk, although it seemed that models indicated that that maybe wasn't going to be the case, although we were certainly prepared for that likelihood. And I don't think we've had a high risk so far this year. Erica or Capucci, either of you guys can tell me if I'm wrong in that sense, but I don't think there's been no high risk so far this year. Bear in mind, folks, spring is officially not here just yet, but meteorologically speaking, that began on March 1st. So go figure that Mother Nature timed that up pretty well in the sense where, here we are dealing with some moderate risks nearly back to back. So for somebody, again, I believe it was Lexi there, asking about the possibility of tornadoes in central Arkansas, you are most definitely here. You are most definitely in the risk area, and it's still going to be a couple of hours, unfortunately. So you need to have alerts from the MyRadar app on your phone, especially so if you were going to lose power at your house. As long as you still have cellular connectivity, you can still track things on your phone. You can still get the alerts because, dealing with a nocturnal tornado is certainly not a fun time. And again, that extends from Texarkana into Camden, Fordyce, El Dorado, Arkadelphia, Malvern, and extends kind of close to the Pine Bluff area. But one thing I will say, even though Little Rock, Stuttgart, Dumas, Monticello, McGehee, Pine Bluff, you're not in the moderate risk, you are in the enhanced risk, a 3 out of 5. You almost want to treat it the same, especially with the way that things have gone so far this afternoon and evening. Always better to be on the safe side when it comes to Mother Nature. Because as much as you think that Mother Nature may care about you, unfortunately, that most often is not the case. So again, there's that tornado warning that just expired near Hugo. That was somewhat expected. That expired, a couple of minutes ago here. But we are watching this duo now of tornado warnings to the southwest of that one. I'm going to swap back to the Shreveport radar here. Jack, are we almost good to pull in Capucci? No?
Having issues with his audio.
Okay. 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 So someone on YouTube asks, I'm in the slight risk. We'll turn on the weather outlooks for you. The slight risk, for you saying you're in the slight risk, is rather large. It extends across multiple states, all the way up into Tennessee, in fact, and even a teeny little piece of Kentucky as well. So whoever said that here in the chat, Landon, just be a little more specific. Let me know where you're watching from, and I'll be able to give you a somewhat more personalized forecast for what you can anticipate. But one thing, again, you can anticipate are some rather nasty storms. What it's going to bring exactly, that remains to be seen at this point. But as it stands, if I turn on the fronts layer here, can you see this alternating warm and cold front here? The red circles pointing to the north and the blue the blue triangles pointing to the south and to the southeast. So that when they're alternating like that, that is representative, what it's called is a stationary front. So imagine like in football where you have the offensive and defensive line butting up against one another, fighting over the line of scrimmage. Well, that's effectively what's happening here with the cold air diving in from the north, the warm, wet air coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and they are just slamming into one another, neither strong enough to overtake the other. Now, spoiler alert, the cold air is going to win that war eventually, but it is going to take some time. Up until then, you can expect right to the south and along that borderline to be a lot of rain and almost to kind of be an on-ramp, if you will, for some strong storms, being that it's effectively drawing out the path somewhat for the storms to kind of push eastward. Now, one thing you'll also notice here is we have a stationary front extending off of that low near Denton, extending to the north, connecting to that other low pressure center near McAllister. I apologize if I get the names right. I'm trying my best here, folks. But squeezed in between those two fronts, not a great place to be. And of course, that's why you're seeing a lot of convective activity here between the two fronts. That storm right there, in fact, if I pause this, we're going to jump over and take a look at the vertically integrated liquid. As to be expected, the setup these past 2 days across Texas has produced some big time hailers, and that is likely yet another one there. Of course, vertically integrated liquid does as its name suggests, where you can see all of that water extending vertically into the atmosphere. In fact, on the back end there, you can see a little bit where that hail could be coming off of the back end. Likely that means that the hail isn't as large as what we've seen over the past few days, but we will very likely see that hail signature, the TBSS, the three-body scatter spike, as we explained earlier. You'll very likely see that off of some of these storms as the evening progresses. I can hear Capucci singing in my ear here. All right, we're working on bringing him in, folks. Okay, but let's jump back here to these three, or rather, before we take a look at those, we're going to look at these storms embedded in this line to the southeast of Abilene.
Back.
And again, it's all part of this line here, but if I pause it, you can see the areas of rotation that has the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service concerned. Remember, red is representative of winds going away from the radar site, whereas green represents winds going toward the radar site. So when you have winds going in opposite direction, that's where you start to get spinning, and then eventually you can end up with spinning in the vertical, of course, which would be representative of a funnel cloud. And then the key here is if it touches the ground. That's something that I guess it's trivia for your next trivia night, or if you're ever asked that question. The key difference between a funnel cloud and a tornado, because they are different, they're similar, but the huge difference is you cannot call a funnel cloud a tornado until the moment it touches the ground. Up until that point, it's just a funnel cloud. But the moment it touches the ground and makes contact and connects the ground with the cloud, that is, of course, when you get a tornado. So, a little fun fact for you there. How about all you TikTokers here? What do we got? Again, you can join us on TikTok. We're streaming everywhere today, folks. We are on Twitter, Facebook. We're also on Twitch. Big shout out to our viewers on Twitch. We are also, of course, streaming in the MyRadar app. And we are right here on TikTok as well, MyRadar WX. Eventually, all you TikTokers, our plan is for you guys to be able to see the same stream that everything that is going everywhere else. But of course, TikTok being vertical, we had plans to do a lot more exciting stuff. But we're working with what we got. That's why still waiting to pull in Capucci here. I can see him sitting in the car there, rocking his Texas tan there. So he's just standing by, rotating the camera back and forth. I think, Jack, what we'll probably have to do here is, if it's not working, I'll just have to... Sorry? Can I what? Capucci, if you want to give us a mic check, he's talking right now. Keep going, Capucci. Because if we can't pull him in that way, then I think I'm just going to give him a call, and we'll pull him in that way. I'm going to have to kill the TikTok live, and then I'll come back. Sorry, TikTokers. We'll have to end the live and then come back so I can bring Capucci into the call here. So again, here's a look at the duo of storms. Remember, when you start to see whether it's the green within the red or the red within the green, That's the indication of some spin. Now, this is somewhat problematic here near the Brownwood Regional Airport. That is a radar indicated tornado literally right on top of the airport. So we will see whether or not anything comes of that. Of course, as it stands right now, everything is radar indicated until we have some form of ground truth. Of course, I just got kicked out of the live chat here. So let me pull that back up. Let us know where you are watching from in the chat. You know, we have plans to really kick this thing into high gear where you'll be able to see all sorts of alerts on the screen as they appear. All sorts of bells and whistles like your favorite streamer has. Just logging into something on my phone that I got kicked out of. What's up, TikTok? I'm in Broken Bow, Oklahoma, super nervous after the tornado hit Adabel a couple of months ago. All right, we'll talk about Oklahoma here in just a second. But one thing about Oklahoma is that you're only somewhat in the moderate risk area, although you could be dealing with some stronger storms here over the course of the next few hours. So we will talk about Oklahoma. In fact, my brother went to Oklahoma State, so sorry all you Sooners out there. I know Erica is a Sooner, so the only time I'll ever say go Cowboys as a New York Giants fan. Of course. Of course. Yeah, that's what I think we're gonna have to do. It's certainly not ideal. Is it because you're sharing your screen, Erica? Have we? Okay. Okay. All right, TikTok. I'm gonna have to hang, but I will be back. What's up with Central Kentucky? Shout out to the Big Blue Nation. You guys are under an enhanced risk tomorrow as these storms track eastward. But I'll be right back, Kentucky, and we will talk more about this evening's severe weather threat and tomorrow's severe weather threat for you. All right. So TikTok, we'll be right back. All righty. But you can watch this same stream on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We are also, of course, on YouTube. And, of course, download the MyRadar app. It is totally free across iOS, the Google Play Store, Windows. We're on Xbox as well, so we're everywhere. We'll be right back, folks. All right, so hang on there, Capucci. I'm going to bring you in. Capucci on the phone here. Of course, this is what happens when Mother Nature kind of takes control of the situation. We had plans to make all this run totally perfectly, but you got to adjust, right? So anyway, here on my phone, I've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci. I'm going to hold it up to the microphone. You guys should still be able to hear him. Capucci, how are you?
Here I am. I'm the problem child, the one who sat in Zoom timeout for a while in a parking lot. But hopefully y'all can hear me. We do apologize for the tech issues. But Mike, Erica, everyone behind the scenes, good to hear from y'all, and vice versa. I want to take folks right now to the tornado warning east of Longview, Texas, along Interstate 20. And Mike, I know you'll be driving the radar. So one beautiful thing we can do with the MyRadar app is use what's called correlation coefficient. Looks kind of red, blue, yellow, bunch of pretty colors. And at first glance, might look like a bucket of spilled paint, but what it's doing is showing us the shapes of whatever is in the atmosphere. And just near the town of Marshall, north of Interstate 20, east of Longview, in extreme eastern Texas, near the Louisiana border, we see on correlation coefficient a little blue spot. You can just barely make that out, about looks like 2 or 3 miles north of the highway. What that means is radar is sensing something unusual, kind of weird, jagged, irregular shapes in the atmosphere commensurate with debris. That's how we know there's a tornado on the ground right there, southeast of Nesbitt, near or just west of Marshall. So again, if folks are in that area in the red box, they have to seek shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building they're in, and avoiding windows. Mobile home vehicle outdoors, they want to get to a site-built location and protect themselves from flying debris. Folks along Route 80, a little bit north of East Potters Creek. You guys are next in line for that circulation. Should stay near or just west of 390 on the west side of town. Still, if you have folks in Wiley College, for example, East Texas Baptist University, they should be sheltering right now, as well as that eventually moves northeast along 59 in the next little while. So again, downtown Marshall, it'll come precariously close to you right now. I do think it'll be just west of 390 and will eventually pass over, looks like, West Houston Street, 80, perhaps Road 4318, Jones Road, and 154 on the west side of town. That's one circulation there. There's another cell off the north near Jefferson. We'll put back regular reflectivity. And this one, we're taking a look. You can kind of see that weird spiral kidney bean shape on radar. That shows the obvious counterclockwise circulation. Truth be told, I'm less impressed with the cell near Jefferson moving towards Linden, and more impressed with the one that is not yet tornado warned off to the east, about, I'd say, just about 12 miles east of the one that is tornado warned. That one is, again, moving northeast about 30, 35 miles per hour. We'll switch over to velocity, and you can see kind of a prominent, looks like a greenish against red. Now, again, colors might be unfamiliar. Basically, when you have two opposite colors over a short distance, we call that a couplet, but it shows you oppositely moving winds over a short distance, the inference, of course, being rotation. So that's how we know rotation is strengthening within that cell and could produce a tornado in the next, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes if it continues maturing. These are all what we call warm sector storms, basically the isolated cells that pop ahead of the main line. There are others farther east we can see on the Shreveport radar in northwestern Louisiana. In addition, we have another tornado warning farther to the north and west, midway between there and the Red River of Texas. That one is in effect for, that one is in effect for the next 27-ish minutes, moving towards the Red River. That one has a confirmed tornado near Hagensport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. That's for Franklin County, northeastern Texas, Titus County, and Red River County. Weather spotters have seen that tornado. It's tough because it's not in a great position that is seen really well by either radar. That said, it is moving towards Bogota, a little bit northwest of Anona, both in the tornado warning. That's the one northwest of Talco. And again, one of the unfortunate things is, given how far it is from radar, it's tough to see. That said, it's a small storm. It's not a super tall storm. Other than the tornado, it's not super powerful, probably not producing giant hail, not much in the way of wind. But obviously, within the tornado, there's a heck of a lot of wind. That's why folks need to seek shelter. Now, the reason that we're seeing so many cells pop east of the main line is because of, like we said, that warm air advection. As pockets of warmth and moisture ascend into the atmosphere, they don't have to grow super tall before they start feeling those changing winds with height, the wind shear, and getting that twist. I want to look at the severe thunderstorm warnings near Hugo, again, right near the Oklahoma and the Texas border. There are a litany of them. The big one, that big hail producer that began northwest of Denton, Texas, near Interstate 35, and now is all the way about, looks like 100 miles to the east, actually more than that, 140 miles east in Hugo, Oklahoma, has dropped about, I'd say, golf ball size hail so far. And there's been a lot of scary looking purples on the radar when you look at reflectivity showing us how intense the rain or the hail is. A lot of purples. And you might think, baseballs, softballs? Not quite. Instead, my guess is that we're seeing a lot of wet half dollars and a lot of wet golf balls, which to the radar looks like softballs. So even though they look the same on radar, we can use our kind of behind the scenes meteorology knowledge to know that it's probably not producing softballs, nothing that big, but a big volume of wet hail that's likely half dollar to perhaps golf ball sized. Then let's talk about the main line that's west of Dallas. It is outflow dominant, meaning it's kicking out more air than it's putting in, than it's taking in. So gusty to damaging winds are a concern, gusts about 50 to 65 miles per hour up and down the main line. But I want to point out a new potentially tornadic circulation to them, actually. If we switch on over to the Fort Worth radar, we'll do that right now. You can just barely see, I mean, when we look at the reflectivity, a kind of bump out, if you will, near Wethersford. It's tough to see, but there's a thin blue line out ahead of the main line. That's how we know it's producing more outflow, more exhaust than it's taking in. But that said, even though there's a lesser tornado risk thanks to that, as storms exhale more air than they ingest, lesser tornado risk in the short term, damaging winds are a concern. That said, I'm still seeing a bit of a kink in the line north of Wethersford. And if we flip on over to velocity, we'll show you changing colors north of Wethersford, Texas. So again, north of Interstate 20 by about 3 or 4 miles. It's just something to kind of watch over the next little while. Sometimes when you have boundaries like the outflow boundary, the leading edge of cool air exhaust, there's twist along that boundary. Even though it's ahead of the storms, if storms ingest that twist, ingest that low-level helicity or spin, they can become tornadic every so often. So something to watch there. But I do think, as these storms progress east, we could see more in the way of quick-hitting spin-ups. But my concern, damaging straight line winds along the main line, east of the line. That's when we'll have those quick, shallow, low top tornadic thunderstorms. And again, we switch back to, if we can, Mike, and I'll pass it back over to you real shortly. If we can go back to the Shreveport radar one more time and look at the Marshall storm, it looks to me like it is passing just west of the downtown area. And again, that's very concerning for the town of Marshall, but I think they'll be, for the most part, all right. Everyone should still be in their tornado shelters, but it is just passing over 154 as we speak, west of 390. It could sideswipe Harrington Road in the next little while, eventually moving towards, it looks like, Macedonia Road, Berry Lane, Mitchell Road on the north side of town, Jewel Gooch Road, and even Ernest Road, Maryland Drive, Benody Road. You guys are all in line for that circulation. The downtown will likely miss it. Again, it should stay just west of downtown. Folks north of town under immediate concern for that tornado as it passes between Marshall and Nesbitt, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. With that, Mike, we'll pass this back over to you. But again, a very busy uptick in terms of severe weather. We're waiting out the storms here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It's something we have to watch the next little while. Lesser tornado risk for us, bigger wind risk for us. But regardless, it is the evening commute here. That is not a time of day when you want to mess with severe storms.
Yeah, and we're looking right now at that tornado warned storm that does encompass Marshall, as you pointed out. Harrison County Airport just to the east of that as well. That would be pretty much the second, regional airport that could be taking a direct hit from one of these storms. So that's pretty wild to see actually happen. I want to jump back to the correlation coefficient here, Capucci, as you talked about. This is a product that we have in the app. As you touched on before, why would you say this is an important product for folks to be able to see? And Jack, you can pull up the radar too, as well, so people can see it. Perfect.
So great point, Mike. I love correlation coefficient, and I love the fact that we have it in the MyRadar app. It's one of the tools that very few folks in the general public know about. But, let's make this a teaching moment for folks. Just as you said, the correlation coefficient shows us correlation. And for those who are not math science nerds, correlation says how much is one thing like the other. Now, weather radars bounce out signals in the horizontal and signals in the vertical. Based on which signal is bounced back from the raindrop, the snowflake, the hail, whatever, bounced back more, we can ascertain information about the shape of that. So raindrops tend to kind of disc-shaped, kind of flat. Snowflakes, we tend to know which direction they are. Hailstones are sort of round. But when we see things that are spiky, meaning there's very little correlation between the return horizontal and vertical signals, that shows us there's something weird, jagged, spiky, irregular in the atmosphere. And if we have enough of that in a short area over a small distance, that tells us that there's likely debris being lofted, irregular shapes, things that would not normally be found in nature. And of course, the inference is, of course, the tornado was on the ground. We saw that earlier on with the Mitchell storm. And let me double check and see if we still do. And as I switch on over right there, it's a little bit tougher to see that signal at the moment. But, it's just because we're kind of far from the radar. That said, we did see it earlier on Oh, I'm sorry, not Mitchell, Marshall. With the
Marshall, yeah, it's kind of the signature certainly isn't there, but in fact, let me jump back to it. I know that we can go back a good hour or so because as you first touched on it, it was pretty evident that you saw something there, of course, which would indicate that there was a tornado on the ground, which is, of course, why this is a tornado warned storm. Just got to pull in the data and we can see it here. Just give it a moment for it to load. But yeah, when you start to see those abnormalities within, as you said, a spilled bucket of paint, because for folks looking at this product, I mean, you got to be thinking like, what in the heck am I looking at? This is a big mess. But it's very helpful. And with stronger storms, I mean, it's a dead giveaway for, again, a strong storm or the likelihood of it. You're not getting a big signal on it there, but right here, I'm going to zoom in right there. Can you guys see that? The two blue polygons as well as the two yellows. Again, not indicative of something incredibly strong, but still a tornado more than likely. So could be getting some damage out of that. And Capucci, as we're chatting here, that storm has now had a tornado warning extended. We'll talk about where that one's going. That's for Eastern Marion County, Cass County, and Harrison County. And that is in effect for... I mean, until 6:15 local time. So, again, the issue with this whole setup here is when you're seeing a history, or at least when the meteorologists who are issuing these warnings see a history of these storms, whether a tornado on the ground, you have confirmation from a spotter or emergency management official, you're very likely going to see these warnings continue to get extended out ahead of it. Because why not, really? I mean, especially if you have all of the ingredients. If this storm has already produced something that it could create for damage, well, why not keep people in the loop out ahead of it? Again, the CC, Capucci, as you touched on before, it's not, the signal isn't as strong, but boy, I mean, it's like popcorn kernels out ahead with all of these storms just firing up way ahead of the main line. And of course, the direction in which they're moving from. Let's talk about shear here. Of course, you have this flow coming in almost straight up from the south. Meanwhile, that main line is just trucking along from the west. So, of course, we have winds in opposite direction and shear. Why is that something that folks should be concerned about here into the evening hours?
Yeah, so shear, we talked about before, is the change of wind speed and or direction with height. So you know those days when you look up in the sky and you see the low-level clouds moving in one direction and the high, thin, wispy clouds moving in another direction? Obviously, those clouds can do what they want, but if you have a cloud spanning through multiple layers, it's being pushed and pulled in multiple different directions, and that winds up twisting that column of air that's being ingested into the clouds. So in this case, when we have clouds spanning multiple layers, as you do in a thunderstorm that gets 20, 30, 40,000 feet tall, it starts to spin, and shear is definitely ramping up over the eastern portions of Texas into northwest Louisiana and southwestern Arkansas on Interstate 30, which is why even the shallow updrafts, even the kind of short thunderstorms that are only, say, 25, 35,000 feet tall, are really beginning to feel that rotation. You know, the storms over eastern parts of the area are way shallower, not nearly as tall as the ones over the west, but the shear is better in eastern zones, which is why this is such a problem. Now, Mike, one thing I want to point out, too, you know, all the time, I think folks will get their information from one source, but then they seek to independently confirm it by going to the window, by looking outside, by trying to wait to see or hear something coming. We know from a psychological standpoint, that's what people do. On days like today, it's imperative they don't do that. They need to trust the warnings, because when you have low-topped storms, you don't get the traditional environmental cues. You don't get the big, dark, foreboding clouds always. There might not be much thunder or lightning. There might not even be much in the way of, like we said, thunder, lightning. You might not get the big damaging wind or the giant hail, but we're seeing extremely strong rotation within these storms, even if they're low-topped, which is why it might look like a regular downpour, it might sound like a regular downpour until that tornado moves into your area. That's why, especially with the Marshall storm right now, it is imperative folks do seek shelter.
Yeah, it's very potent, Capucci. I mean, it's very obvious to see on the velocity that there's something there, that there's some pretty fierce rotation just to the west of 59. Of course, it's lifting kind of to the north of Marshall, but let's zoom in really tight here and look at some of the names of some of these communities here. It's just going to take a moment for the data to load in. I mean, if there's a silver lining to take out of this, that hopefully it's not headed to any area that is populated, right? Texas is a gigantic state. I mean, you're there right now. There's long stretches of roadway where there's really not a lot of anything, and that would be kind of the best case scenario. If you're going to have to see tornadoes, I mean, why not for them to occur in a place where nobody is living? But right now, you can see that Jefferson is part of that tornado warning along Route 59, or at least north of Marshall there. And that extends all the way kind of toward Linden and Rodessa, two areas that are not part of the tornado warnings. But being that we are already seeing the history of these storms kind of training along the same spots, it remains to be seen whether or not we will see the tornado warnings get extended. Sorry for cutting you off there, Capucci, but again, it's this trio of tornado warnings that are kind of stacked on top of each other from Marshall up to Jefferson, lifting north again toward Linden. It's right along that I-59 corridor there. And we're seeing all sorts of spin, but boy, I mean, I don't know if you're looking at it here on the radar there from your vehicle, Capucci. All right, yeah, that is that's a pretty potent rotation signal there. I'm gonna jump over to CC. Let's see if we can see.
It definitely is. And yeah, I'm looking at it right now. And like I said, it's only about barely 20,000 feet tall, which is the most impressive part. And it is just spinning like a top. In fact, we're seeing, it looks like, let me check right now. We're seeing about 70 to 80 knots of shear. What that means is that in this case, you know, the wind's in one direction at the radar beam's height. So let me see how tall that is. And the wind's in another direction, the opposing winds at only about, okay, so roughly 500 meters, so 1,500 feet. We're seeing about 80 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour of spin. So round and round and round, that's how much spin we're seeing. It's likely more near the surface within the tornado. So this could be, you know, a high end EF1 to perhaps a significant tornado, EF2 plus, and that's the kind of thing you do not want to mess around with. So folks, if they're in a mobile home in Jefferson, for example, they should be probably evacuating it to a safe shelter if they have time. They have about 5 to 7 minutes to get to their safe place. If you can, get out of the building, get to a site-built location. If you can't, you don't have time, most interior room on the lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Like we said, mobile home vehicle outdoors, you want to get to a site-built location. It is moving straight for Jefferson. So folks, you know, Jefferson's a good-sized town. There's a Dollar General, Dairy Queen, McDonald's there, the convenience store, anyone who is at the V-Mart, the Bulldog Pizza, Joseph's Barbecue, all these places, you know, you should be evacuating your customers into a safe place. The Carriage House, McGarrity's Restaurant and Saloon, Roma's Italian Restaurant, all these places, you know, you might think just because you're in a restaurant, just because you're in a business, you're immune. You are certainly not. So anyone who happens to know folks who either live here, work here, or are visiting the town of Jefferson, we urge you to let them know, seek shelter, lowest floor up there, building you're in, avoiding windows. It's going to move right up Interstate 59, or rather Highway 59, right where the intersection of 59 and 49 is, downtown in Jefferson. So Jefferson looks to sustain a direct hit from what could be a significant tornado if this holds together. And Mike, right now, that rotation showing no signs of weakening. In fact, in the latest scan that just came in, the 530 scan, it looks to me to be showing signs of perhaps some acute strengthening too, which is all the more concerning.
Look at you shouting out all the restaurant names. I mean, that was awesome. But he's right, folks. I mean, this is not something to take lightly. If you do live in a mobile home, the key word there is mobile, right? You need to get to a place that is a permanent structure. It is bolted to the ground, so to speak, because with a mobile home, those winds get right into the mobile home and can loft it, and with no foundation, it's just not a good place to be, really. So as Capucci said, you have a matter of minutes now to get to your safe place. We're not trying to scare you, of course. We're just presenting the information to you. And this tornado warning has been in effect now for this area for a little bit. So you can take us with you, of course, but get to your safe place, being that rotation now pushing north of Marshall along Highway 59, moving toward Jefferson. Erica, you just said that there's some video on social media of that confirmed tornado near Talco. So if you want to share that to our Twitter account, we should be able to pull it up. And Jack, if you want to switch over to Erica so she can drive the radar here for a second, and we can talk about that storm. Capucci and I will keep watching this tornado north of Marshall. So Erica, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay. Go ahead, take it away.
Okay, so I was just telling Mike that I was seeing on social media reports of a brief touchdown just to the north of Talco. So if you're not very familiar, I saw somebody in the chat saying they're from Paris, Texas. So that's just to the east of you. And this is a brief spin up. Right now, I'm not seeing, at least with the latest warning updates, this is a tornado warning now in effect for portions of, let's say, Red River County, in Texas, and that was a severe thunderstorm. So it did produce briefly a tornado. Not sure if it's still on the ground right now, but I did see video of it on social media earlier. So that's just something to keep in mind. This tornado warning goes until, let's see, for another couple of minutes here. So the storm will be around Bagwell at around 5:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's in about 20 minutes here, and at about 6 o'clock in Manchester. So this is the storm that we're watching here very closely. Again, this is this area up here. And not sure if you can see that I'm drawing on the screen, but let's draw this. Okay, so here's that storm we're talking about. And just north right here is where we saw the tornado, confirmed tornado. I guess you can't see it on my screen here, but you could see it there full screen where that warning is. And so let's clear that screen. So let's zoom in here and zoom out and show you what I'm talking about. So there's that storm. And I'm watching the chat, so let us know where you're watching from. What are your concerns heading through the next several hours? The storm activity is picking up. A lot of you I saw were in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So you're watching us and saying nothing is happening. Well, guess what? Take a look at what's going to happen here over the next several minutes. Some of you guys in Louisville, Denton, Frisco, that's north of Dallas-Fort Worth, you are all under a severe thunderstorm warning. So those storms, once they move in, are going to pack a punch. And that's a huge populous area. So that's a lot of you under this severe thunderstorm warning. So let's talk about what's going on there. So the latest update here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a large portion of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. That does include Wise County, Denton County until 6:30 p.m. So what are we expecting with this? Right now, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So you still have a couple minutes if you're anywhere from Frisco to Louisville. Thankfully, right now, nickel-sized hail that still could create damage, but that's something to keep in mind and watch. But 60-mile-per-hour winds coming to you guys here within the next several minutes. Fort Worth, Texas, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. What does that mean for you? So that's a large area. And if you're watching us within the next several minutes here, you're going to start hearing the rain coming in very strong and even the wind. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County until 6:30 p.m. That storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. They're saying with this severe thunderstorm warning, this is a destructive storm for Tarrant County. That's not what I like to hear, especially in a big populous area like Fort Worth. Does include you guys in Mansfield. So it's along 285, 820 there, and that's along I-20 as well. So a huge area, not the best time for this storm to be moving in as it is rush hour. If you do happen to be out there, no friends or family who uses commutes, again, that's I-20, 285, 820. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for you guys. And they're just saying this is a destructive storm for 80-mile-per-hour winds in Fort Worth, Mansfield, anywhere to the east of Grand Prairie and Bedford. So let's zoom into that severe thunderstorm warning. This is a very destructive storm, and we're really going to watch this. So the winds are going to be very damaging here over the next several minutes. Again, this is a huge area. A lot of you are under this. You guys in Arlington, Texas, get ready for it. Anywhere around this region. So zooming in there, you can definitely see the cities. Right now, not a lot of activity. Again, that is right on the corner there. That's about to come in here with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's what we're watching very closely here. National Weather Service tagging this as a destructive storm coming into this area.
Real quick, Erica, we're just going to bring Capucci back in because, of course, he's near that storm, so he's probably gonna get out there and cover it. So Capucci, they can hear you. Of course, we're talking about this storm right now that's pushing into Fort Worth. The National Weather Service issuing, of course, a severe thunderstorm warning with destructive winds of up near 80 miles per hour. So that main line really pushing into the Dallas metro. Jack, if you want to pull up the app real quick on the iPad, just so we can revisit the storm that Capucci and I were talking about before near Jefferson and Marshall. Good news to report there. It is, of course, the area is still under a tornado warning. We told you to be sure to get into your safe place just in case. I mean, Capucci named literally all of the businesses, I think, in the city of Jefferson. But if you took our advice, fantastic. The good news is here that is showing a lot of signs of weakening, Capucci.
It is, yeah. The one in eastern Texas is beginning to show signs of actually pretty quick strength, rather weakening. That said, we still want folks in their safe place, just because even if the top levels of the storm, the part we can see with radar, are beginning to collapse, it's still impossible to say for sure what's going on at the bottom. As we said, our hunch is definitely that it's weakening. That said, it's still a good practice to remain in shelter for the next little while, just as the whole thing moves into town. Oftentimes, even as you have a tornado that's lifting or weakening or kind of falling apart, even if the upper level support dies, the funnel's diameter may contract, and very briefly, you'll have kind of a tighter, more erratic vortex that may actually see a brief uptick in the winds before it finally withers away and ropes out and dies. So that's one thing that we can't fully rule out. Jefferson, you have about 7 or 8 more minutes you have to be in your shelter. Then when we say, let's say you get to 5:55, come out of your shelter, you'll be good. But for the next 10, 15 minutes, just stay in there as a personal favor to us to protect your safety. But let's look on over to what's going on with the DFW Metroplex. We are about to get slammed here with some major winds. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth issuing for the city of Fort Worth a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. What that means is it's a souped up severe thunderstorm warning where the winds are high enough that it actually triggers the emergency alert system, the wireless emergency alerts, the ones that make your phone buzz, the same way as if a tornado warning had been issued. That's how you know it's a really high-end thunderstorm with winds about 80 miles per hour likely. On the radar, I'm seeing evidence of winds gusting upwards of, say, 65 to 70 miles per hour, only about 1,000 feet above the ground. And when we look at the more sensitive radars from Dallas area airports, whether it be DFW Airport or Love Field, we're seeing winds gusting about 60 to 70 miles per hour just above the ground. So there are likely gusts at least 60 miles per hour mixing down the surface, perhaps up to about 75 miles per hour in spots as these things move through, which is why we have that thunderstorm warning in effect. It's really a rough time of day, too. I mean, we're during the evening commute. We have, the whole area from roughly Sanger, Decatur, north of Denton along Interstate 35, all the way down to Comanche and Stevensville, Dublin, way southwest of the Metroplex, all under severe thunderstorm warnings, which is a big concern. So that's why we say, it's not just the wind, it's the potential small hail, but also very heavy rainfall and abrupt changes in wind direction and visibility too that will make this a hellacious evening commute. So if you can, delay your evening commute until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock if you live in the Metroplex. If not, get home in the next, well, if you live east of Fort Worth, in the next 15, 20 minutes, because if not, you're going to have an absolutely horrible drive. You're going to be going bumper to bumper on the roadways for a long time. Tree limbs might come down, branches might come down. It's a big concern.
All
Very
right.
quickly too.
Okay.
Oh, good.
No, I was just gonna say, I know that you're out there, and I think you're gonna head out there to grab some to essentially grab some video of that storm. But go ahead.
Gotcha. I was just going to briefly say we still have that tornado warning in effect for southeastern Oklahoma, by the way.
He's up
that
over there.
one near Hugo.
Yep.
If we could take a look at that real quick, it's actually pushing towards Valiant near Wright City, a little bit southeast of Ratton. And again, this is right north of the Red River in extreme southeastern Oklahoma, northwest of Idabel, which was hit back in, I believe, October with a tornadic thunderstorm that suffered serious damage there. But that one is still showing a concern. Again, it's right along, looks like, Highway 70, and is eventually moving towards the Pine Creek Reservoir. So folks in that area should be in shelter. It's really tough to see on radar what's going on with it, just because it's so far from any radar sites. There's a public-private partnership actually for an extra radar that I believe is located in either Sherman, Denison, or Durand that can see that better. But regardless, the National Weather Service has enough confidence to issue that tornado warning for Hugo and points east. The circulation has passed Hugo. It's right in Fort Towson at this point, just north of the city heading towards Roof. So again, concerning there, but right now our biggest concern, obviously all the tornado warnings, but also the threat of some pretty heavy winds moving into the DFW Metroplex. I'm in the area right now. The western horizon is definitely darkening. I'll probably batten down the hatches where I am, find a good vantage point in my locale, and definitely will not be in the roads for this. I'm going to hunker down, get some good video, get some good footage, and report back in the next, I'd say, hour and a half to 2 hours or so.
All right, be safe, Capucci. Tornado sirens, I should say, are allegedly sound. I just shared some video here. Not allegedly, they're there. They are sounding in Fort Worth. So out ahead of that line, of course, there is no tornado warned storm for Fort Worth, but with 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's certainly enough to shake some things up. So that's meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Be safe out there, and we will talk to you here momentarily.
Always a pleasure.
All right, see you, dude. All right, so there goes Capucci. We've still got Erica here. I'm, of course, joining you from the studio here in Orlando. Jack, if you want to take the app up here and just have me in a little picture-in-picture here. Just want to make sure that we are sharing everything out here.
Ooh, new tornado watch.
All right. So, Erica, you said there's a new tornado. You said a new tornado watch. Oh, yes, yes, for Arkansas as well as where's that? Parts of Louisiana. So let's do that. We're going to keep an eye on this line as it moves through Dallas here, Dallas Fort Worth. Erica, if you want to watch that, I'm just going to pull up the tornado watch and show you guys how to do this. So here in the MyRadar app, I'm going to jump over to the weather alerts, which I have turned on, but now I'm going to jump into thunderstorm and tornado and turn on the tornado watch. So that way we are able to, as we are able to see the tornado watch. It's right here. Let me fill in the shape so you guys have a better idea of what we're looking at. It's this yellow outline. You can see that this extends all the way from Killeen, Texas, up through Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Longview, Tyler, into Texarkana, and then this goes into Louisiana and Arkansas. That includes the cities of Shreveport, Ruston, Camden, El Dorado, Arkadelphia, and Pine Bluff. It's until midnight. Of course, that's until, where is it? Midnight local time. So, of course, we're here in the Eastern time zone. That's what threw me off here. So that's until midnight Eastern time. So you still have another 5 or so hours to go with this tornado watch in effect. That's that yellow color here. We've already seen, and you can already see those red boxes. Those are tornado warnings that are active right now. Let me turn off the tornado watch. We've got this guy near Marshall, but at last check, and it's not too far from the Shreveport radar, so we've had a really good look at it almost the entire way. You certainly still need to be in your safe place, as Capucci touched on before here. There we go. But the rotation has weakened pretty significantly. There's the storm. In fact, it's kind of moving over Jefferson as it stands right now. It's just to the southwest of Jefferson. The good news is that the signature here, the couplet on the velocity scan from the radar has really, really weakened, pretty much as it was on its final approach to Jefferson. So there's some good news there. That tornado warning, mind you, you can see them all at the bottom of the screen, of course, but that tornado warning is set to expire here in the next half an hour or so. But we'll continue to watch that as it works its way toward Atlanta. Not Atlanta, Georgia. That would be Atlanta. Is that Texas? I think it's right there on the line. Yeah, Atlanta, Texas. I mean, Texas is a gigantic state. So there is this tornado warned storm right now over Fort Towson and Sawyer. You can see that this has 27 minutes remaining. What we're going to do really quickly is switch over to the correlation coefficient and see if we can find anything. The velocity only really tells one part of the story, but you can see in the latest scans there from CC, of course, that is showing something that is being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that doesn't necessarily belong there, something that really stands out. That could be debris. And this is something. Switch over to this radar here. Shreveport may be a little too far away. Just got to load that in. So you can see that blue really standing out here. So that is the radar indication for the rotation. It's a very tall storm, that we know. In fact, let's take a look at that. Go to enhanced echo tops here, and this will give us a look at how tall the storm is. So not as huge as the other storms we've seen, or gosh, that storm last night just to the southwest of San Antonio. I mean, that storm was gigantic. Let's take a look at the vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, so that's a big time hailer in terms of what you're seeing, pushing right over Fort Towson. So you're very likely hearing it as it pushes over top of you here. We're going to jump back to the composite reflectivity. Again, it's a very strong storm. You can see kind of a bit of a punch out there, but nothing that is jumping out super significantly here. It's a very tall storm that we know. It's not showing me anything in terms of the velocity. You can see that right there, that blue. Let's jump to another radar. Dallas one's not going to reach. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's in between Shreveport as well as in Fort Worth. Tulsa's not going to reach. That's even farther away. So it's right on the edge of the radar view here. But we do know that there is some rotation there. That warning does extend, by the way. This went out ahead of it for the next 40 minutes. That's McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma. We can switch to Tulsa, but it's going to be tough to reach that. No, not that one. Or that one. There we go. So you can see that there is something there. I mean, there is some rotation. The blue color there, again, that's representative of winds going in two opposite directions. You have the green representative winds going toward the radar site, and then that blue, in this instance, winds going away from it. Let's look at the composite reflectivity here. And then, Erica, what's the latest? What's going on right now with the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex? I'm going to kick up this TikTok stream again. So, Jack, if you want to send it over to Erica and take her in full.
So I'm just trying to pull up this weather stem cam here. So let me put that full screen for you guys behind me. This is in the north. This is courtesy at the Texas Motor Speedway. So I know a lot of you guys know where this is. There's a Buc-ee's down there that I know of that's in Fort Worth. But look at this scene. That's pretty scary. It's really dark here. You're about an hour away from sunset. So it's getting dark. You can see a lot of the rain here. And this is that storm. This is that line of storms that is producing those 80-mile-per-hour winds just to the south of it. So very dark scene here. Again, this is at the Texas Motor Speedway, courtesy of WeatherStem here. You can see something a little bit. I don't know if that's a little bit of scud or what is going on over there, but there's a little bit of dirt off there on your screen. That might be the winds actually getting picked up from this storm. So actually, that's what it is. That's what's happening here. That's that wind getting picked up from this storm. And that's actually pretty incredible to see from this camera here. So let's see if I can draw on here or not. But let me point it out for you guys because this is pretty crazy to see this on this camera, but it's right here. If you see it on the corner of your screen, that is the dust being picked up from this storm. So that just tells you how strong the winds are. This is the rain over here. And again, here's where you can see the Texas Motor Speedway. So a lot happening with this camera right now. Active storm heading into that area. And again, this is a storm that is being warned for winds over that area. So a pretty active scene here. I know you guys, it was quiet in the afternoon, but get ready. The storm is about to pack a punch for a lot of you guys. If you live in Fort Worth, anywhere north of here, you should be taking shelter as this is a pretty serious, severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely take that seriously if you live in this area. And that's just a very interesting camera to see there. But let's go back to the radar here and give you the latest updates. And as you can see, so let's do this again. And let me pull up our radar here and look at those storms coming in. So if you're in Fort Worth, you're probably seeing it out in the distance. Again, not the ideal time to be on the roads. If you know anybody who commutes here, make sure they're off the roads. This is going to be a very windy. You're really not going to see much if you're driving in the storm. Visibilities will be low, so making it very dangerous. And let me show you where I was showing you that camera. So it was just north of Fort Worth here. And that storm, severe thunderstorm warning, also is being warned for intense winds. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts just to the north of it, nickel-sized hail. We are expecting damage, but this is the one down here. So when they issue a severe thunderstorm warning, like Mike was saying earlier, tornado sirens were going off, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County. That does include you guys in Arlington. It does include you guys in Fort Worth, North Richland Hills, Euless, Colleyville, and actually the DFW airport is under, I think, in this tornado warning. So if you guys happen to be at the airport, they're probably at a ground stop right now just because of how intense these storms will come in. They will really pack a punch. DFW airport under this tornado, severe thunderstorm warning, Fort Worth. This already moving over White Settlement and then coming into Arlington. So a big populous area. And you're going to get those winds. Some of you saying a little bit of windy here in Fort Worth. Well, it's not to you just yet. Wait a couple of minutes and those winds will really start to come in. Make sure you're taking shelter. So you need to treat this like a tornado warning just because of how intense these winds are going to be. Make sure you're seeking shelter. That line of storms coming to you here over the next several minutes. So that's a severe thunderstorm we want to point out. Pretty dangerous, especially because at least 2 million people are under this warning as we speak. Something else that we were tracking are these tornado warnings. So some of y'all asking, what about Shreveport? There's actually a tornado warning right now in Shreveport. So let's get the latest update on that. I know some of you concerned about what's going on there. And just the eastern corner of Shreveport under this tornado warning. So what does this mean? Let's take a look at this tornado warning. So this has been issued for Central Caddo Parish, Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is actually a confirmed tornado. So that is something that you need to be aware of. Confirmed tornado. If you have friends or family, somebody saying there, power's out. Christina telling us the power's out in Shreveport. So this is a confirmed tornado that the National Weather Service is warning for. And at around 5:40 p.m. Central Standard Time, a tornado was spotted in southeast Shreveport. So let's get the latest on here and see if it's still on the ground. So again, this is a confirmed tornado in Shreveport, Louisiana. You need to be in your shelter, taking shelter seriously along Interstate 49, Interstate 20. So take a look at that. So if we pause the radar, and I liked showing y'all this because you can really see where the rotation is possibly. So let's put this here. So again, this is a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado in Shreveport, Louisiana. If you're watching us, your family members, somebody telling me the power is out. So here's where we're watching for that indication of rotation. Very, not as evident, but I can see it there on radar. Turning on the correlation coefficient, this just kind of gives us a view if there's any debris being lofted in the atmosphere. Not seeing that right now. So let's switch that product here and go back to velocity. And so you can see here as we loop this out, we can kind of see where the tornado started. So let's go back here and let's circle that. So once it loops back, here is where, so there it is. So let's do that again. So I actually want to pause it here because again, some of you in the chat saying that Shreveport right now reporting, or you're out of power right now. So if we kind of go back here, so right here, and that's why I couldn't see it here earlier, but if you see it here, that's where we had the first initial report of the tornado. You could definitely see evidently there in velocity, and that continues here. So it went just to the north of that area into the southwestern and now to the northwestern or northeastern side of Shreveport, and that's continuing there right now. So you can kind of see the path where the velocity was initially, and then it kind of moved up north. So this is still, according to the National Weather Service, a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is again in Shreveport, Louisiana. So I see a lot of you chatting, and if you're watching us on the app, some of you are discussing these storms on our YouTube page, on Facebook. So if you want to join the conversation, want to ask your question, we are streaming in all of our platforms, even Twitter, if that happens to be your platform of choice. So a lot going on here this evening. And again, continue to track that storm in Fort Worth, Texas, packing a punch there. It's going to arrive in your area here over the next several minutes. So let's move up and get you an update really quickly on these storms here, because we were tracking that confirmed tornado in Shreveport, Louisiana. Not seeing anything confirmed right now in Miller County in Arkansas, Lafayette County in Arkansas, and even Cass County in Texas and Bowie. So that storm is north of Atlanta, Texas, and you can see it there trekking to the north east here along Interstate 49. And right now that radar scan is pretty concerning. But I'm not seeing any indication that this has been confirmed yet. I wouldn't be surprised if within the next couple of minutes we see something here. Just from the latest scan that I'm watching here from our MyRadar, looks like it is getting its act together again. Atlanta, Texas, you're not under this warning, but if you're anywhere from Bloomberg all the way up to Texarkana, so the Texarkana region, that's also another big populous area. Be on alert here. That storm is coming to you here over the next several minutes. Yeah, friends or family, make sure they're aware of the storm that's moving through that area. So again, this is a tornado warning just to the south of Texarkana. And let's move up here into Oklahoma. So I know a lot of you folks this weekend were affected by severe storms in Oklahoma. So on the southwestern corner here, there's also a tornado warning. And this is for McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma. And nothing confirmed here yet, but you could get hail up to 2 inches in diameter. And this storm is moving to the east here. So this is right over, it's about to come into Broken Bow, Oklahoma. So I know people who live there, somewhat populous area in southeastern Oklahoma, and that's where you're seeing that tornado warning currently. So a lot of activity going up. I know earlier in the day there wasn't much, but now this is the time frame that you really need to be paying attention to these storms. This is where they're going to start packing a punch. You're going to see tornado warnings, and those tornado warnings are in those areas that we were watching. So take a look at this. The big picture view from Denton, Texas, Fort Worth, all the way down into Fredericksburg, Texas. That's where we have a line of storms coming in, packing a punch, and all of those producing pretty gusty winds. So this is a pretty big system moving in, tracking for a lot of northern Texas and even parts of central Texas here. So that means if you live in Austin, even parts of northern San Antonio, these storms are coming for you here within the next couple of hours. So stay on alert. These storms are probably going to produce severe thunderstorm warnings as they come into Austin, Texas, Killeen, Texas, Waco, Texas, and Eastern Texas. I know gets a lot of activity, but we're also talking about you guys in Houston. I know it's a pretty big week for you guys as the rodeo is going on there. Maybe a lot of you taking advantage of the activities outdoors. So that's just something to keep in mind. Later this evening, those storms will come in and really pack a punch with gusty winds, lots of lightning, and even hail possible. So let's go back to these storms and give you an update. So Denton, Texas, Sanger, Texas, Louisville, and even Carlton, you're all under a severe thunderstorm warning. And if you're in Fort Worth, I know somebody was saying they haven't seen anything yet, but if you're still watching us, let me know what you're seeing there in that area, because I would imagine you're getting those gusty winds as those storms are continuing to move in here. So I was seeing a lot of footage on social media as well of what was going on across Texas. So I would imagine now that it's coming into a big populous area, and our storm chaser Matthew Capucci being out there, we're going to see a lot more footage from these storms, and we're going to have to see how they pack a punch here. But something I want to make you aware of.
That storm near Tarrant County reported wind gust up near 77 miles per hour.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. 77-mile-per-hour winds with the storm in Tarrant. Something I want to also, so we got that in Tarrant County. Dallas County, you're about to be under a severe thunderstorm warning, especially if it's coming into that area. So you guys get ready if you're anywhere from Dallas, Addison, South, possibly even Ellis County. All of you guys possibly coming into this severe thunderstorm warning. And I also want to reiterate, just because it's not a tornado warning doesn't mean you don't take it seriously, especially with what Mike was saying, 77-mile-per-hour winds being reported in Tarrant County. That's some pretty serious stuff. And that could really make way for some damage across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So that's something to keep in mind. A big population. A lot of you, somebody was saying you're in Mesquite. That storm is coming your way as well. And then as it pushes through, so the good news is once the storm is through your area, at least the dangerous portion of the storm will be out of your way. And then by tomorrow, conditions will be much better. You still get a little bit of rain in the morning, but these storms, again, between this time frame, really packing a punch here. And as you can see, they issued a new thunderstorm warning just to the south of Tarrant County here. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County in north central Texas. They're still warning this for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is still a pretty dangerous storm for Cleburne, Texas. That's along 35 west, so Interstate 35, and then for areas across Cleburne, Texas. So it's just, you know, this is what we usually see with a line of storms is these types of winds coming into those areas. And like I mentioned earlier, I would imagine that I think down the line, Dallas, you're going to be under this severe thunderstorm warning here over the next several minutes. So just something to keep in mind and stay safe here. So somebody's saying, so the same person who was in Fort Worth was saying the winds have picked up pretty well there. And Sandy Rose says, hi, Mike. So we're here streaming.
Big shout out to
guys.
Sandy Rose.
We're streaming here for you guys across Texas. So let's go back into Louisiana and get a quick update on what's going on with this tornado warning. It was confirmed earlier in Shreveport. So let's see if it continues over this area. And I know some of you were concerned. They were saying power outages in Shreveport, Louisiana. So Caddo Parish, Bolsier Parish. And right now I'm not seeing, so the National Weather Service still has a confirmed tornado on there. So let's go back and take a look at the latest velocity scan. It's been a little bit since we've tracked this storm. So let's go back here, go to the per station radar. So looks like the storm is now to the north of Bossier City here in Louisiana. And let's see if I can get this layer to pop up here. So I want to read the severe warning. Get this to pull up. Okay, there it is. The tornado warning. I want to do the velocity here. If this loads, there it is. I'm not seeing a strong indication of rotation here. And I'm not seeing any footage yet on social media on this storm. And again, this is a confirmed tornado earlier in Shreveport, Louisiana. It's now to the north of that area. So if you live in the city of Shreveport, you're pretty much out of the danger zone. But here's where I'm seeing the indication of velocity. In Shreveport, it's just to the south of that. So right here, so if you can kind of see it. So Shreveport's kind of right here. So it's just to the northeast of Shreveport, Louisiana there. So that's where I'm seeing a little bit of indication of velocity. So I'm still not sure if that's on the ground yet or not. It might have lifted, but either way, you need to be taking this tornado warning pretty seriously. If you live in this area, you need to be in your shelter. This is a earlier confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service in Shreveport, Louisiana. So that's at least one warning, one confirmed tornado warning, but we have several tornado warnings right now across portions of Texas, Texarkana, you're under a tornado warning, and even across portions of Oklahoma. So,
Erica, there's another thunderstorm wind gust as well reported at the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, that QLCS, I'm gonna, if you want to, yeah, you're looking right at it there on Erica's app. Erica, if you just zoom it out just a teeny bit here.
Yeah, let me put that radar on because I know you can't really see.
And then
much.
Jack's about to pull up. He's about to pull up the app that I'm controlling as well, so we can kind of have a look at. There's a lot going on, right? You grew up in Texas. It's a gigantic state, so there's a lot going on right now. But if you zoom out, Erica, on that line, I mean, this is what we call a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. This is a humongous line of severe thunderstorms. I mean, literally stretching from north of Dallas all the way south. I mean, all of those yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, right? So these are all super potent thunderstorms as they're pushing eastward. As it stands, we've seen some embedded rotation along that line. Erica, no tornado warnings to speak of right now for that particular line. But, you know, an easier name than a QLCS is a squall line, right? A really potent one. Again, those winds, we've seen reports already between 70 and 80 miles per hour. Erica shared with you an image of the blowing dust. We've seen some power flashes on some of those weather stem cameras. But Erica, this is a part of the country where just a couple of people live, right? Dallas, Fort Worth. And it's pushing into the metro right now.
Area. Yeah, and I was saying earlier, Mike, I think down the line here, maybe within the next couple minutes, I think Dallas, so there it is, actually, the severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service in Dallas-Fort Worth. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming into Dallas now. That includes parts of Ellis County. This is Dallas County. They even extended this severe thunderstorm warning for areas north of Dallas. So a big area, Plano, McKinney, a lot of you live up there. Richardson, Carlton, Garland, Mesquite. Somebody from in the chat was saying they're from Mesquite. So that's a huge area under this severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what I was talking about earlier. I think they would issue it down the line. It's already coming into Fort Worth. And so this, activity picking up pretty quickly across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So let's take a look at what the latest update is here. So they're warning it for Dallas, destructive winds as well, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's a huge population. That's a lot of you guys. And again, like I said, it also includes areas of Dallas to the north of it, Collin County, Dallas County until 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now, if you're in Ellis County, I think Ellis County, you're also going to be under this severe thunderstorm warning down the line here within any minute, as the National Weather Service has issued this severe thunderstorm warning also in Dallas for destructive winds up to 80 miles per hour. So that's not something I like to see with these storms. And the National Weather Service is actually saying that these are destructive storms with tornado-like wind speed. So when you're under these types of life-threatening severe thunderstorm warnings, you need to treat it like a tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spot, especially because these storms can really create some damage with those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're already seeing reports of up to 77-mile-per-hour winds. So just be careful, not the ideal time. If you know anybody who's commuting along Interstate 30, 35, there's a lot of roads coming into Dallas-Fort Worth, I-20, I-45, I-35. Make sure they're off the roads. This is a very dangerous storm coming into this area. And so that's a huge area, Mike, that is warned under this severe thunderstorm warning. I really don't like to see it. So we're going to have to see what kind of reports, what winds are coming in here. You still have a couple minutes, but that's coming into your area here within the next 10 to 20 minutes in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, as right now it's to the east or to the west of Arlington, Texas, I should say, and even Grapevine, Louisville. You're about to get in on these storms. Denton, you're under that rain and winds right now. And I'm just looking at the WeatherStem cameras as well, and they're pretty crazy. So I want to pull this up here behind me. Let's see if I can do that, because you're seeing a lot of rain on the camera. And so there it is. So earlier I was showing you that this WeatherStem camera was showing the dirt, pretty much debris being lofted because of how intense these winds are. So you really can't make out the Texas Motor Speedway here on camera because of the amount of rain that's coming, probably a lot of wind. You saw a little bit of lightning there. So a pretty crazy scene happening right now in the Texas Motor Speedway. That's just north of Fort Worth, Texas there. This is courtesy of our WeatherStem partners, and we love to use these cameras because they really give us a good shot of what's going on there. So let's go back here, and I actually want to look at this camera because this is right in the center of Dallas here. And let's see what it's looking like there, because right now the storms aren't over your area. They're coming here within the next couple of minutes. So this is a live view, and you can kind of see the camera shaking around. This is the wind that's picking up across Dallas-Fort Worth. Gray skies here, but I think the important part to take for this is the wind that's picking up. This is from the UT Dallas Brain Performance Institute, again, courtesy of our partners at WeatherStem. So we're going to be tracking these storms all night long. I'm going to be taking a look at the cameras that are coming in here. Ask your questions. I see you guys in the chat. Have any concerns? I know some of you were talking about the storm that was in Shreveport. A lot of you in Dallas, let us know if you're in this area. And these severe thunderstorm warnings continue over this area. And this is about the time frame that we thought these storms were going to move in. So just be careful. Not the ideal time, especially around dinner time and the afternoon commute. Just make sure you're off the roads in your safe zone here as these storms come in with destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds, of course, treating this like a tornado warning. So we still have a couple tornado warnings issued across portions of Louisiana, Arkansas, that Texarkana region, and even across portions of southwestern Oklahoma. But most of this right now is coming into a line of storms, and that's, I think, going to affect areas of Austin. So just to the, if you're watching this from Austin, Texas, so that's all the way down along Interstate 35, just to the west of you, there's severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, they're being warned for. So let's take a look at what the wind speeds are with these storms. So right now, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So that's going to be pretty gusty there. Again, this is for Blanco County, Eastern Gibbsy County, Llano County, and Burnett County here in Texas. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's just to the west of Austin, Texas. So two big cities coming into severe thunderstorm and possibly into Dallas, Fort Worth Metro, destructive winds that continue over that area. So I know a lot of activity here ongoing across portions of Texas, a huge population under this severe thunderstorm warning. So I just wanted to make you aware of those conditions there, monitoring social media to see what video we're seeing there, but of course monitoring our WeatherStem cams here because those winds continue to pick up here at the UT Dallas Brain Performance Institute. Interesting to see what this is going to look like once the storms come into this area. So I want to go back to this Fort Worth cam. It looks like the winds have died down just a little bit here at the Texas Motor Speedway after that storm moved in. So a definitely active scene here. So let's see. That camera is just moving around so much there. We have a couple cameras in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area from our WeatherStem partners. Let's look up here near Plano. So this is probably a camera to watch as well. Plano, I know a lot of you live there. I have friends that live there in Plano. A big area for a big residential
Becky, if you
area
take
in
a
the
little bit of
Dallas-Fort
my
Worth
radar.
area. So here's a look at what it looks like now in Plano, if you're concerned. Not seeing much wind here right now, but you can see a lot of cloud activity there moving in, but not a lot of wind activity, which is good for now, but that'll pick up here as you are under this severe thunderstorm warning. And right now, not being warned for big hail, quarter-size hail being reported with this storm. But let's take a look at what the latest update here is. So yeah, so the biggest threat with this is going to be those 80-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely taking shelter here. If you still have a couple more minutes, but taking a look at the radar, it's coming right. It's right over Fort Worth, as we see on that camera, but it's coming into Arlington now. So Arlington, if you live there, the wind is picking up. So a lot of activity here. So let's go back here and
16 or so minutes. I just wanted to point out to people just passing to the north of Wright City right now and pushing north and east of Broken Bow. It stands out on radar here in terms of the rotation. We're going to take a look at the correlation coefficient and see if we can spot anything within that storm. And yeah, I mean, this is, you can see it in there, the little splotches of blue within the red. I mean, that would be indicative of a little bit of something, right? I mean, it's not really jumping out like a sore thumb, but if we jump over to composite reflectivity, I mean, you can see that this is part of this supercell that is pushing north and east of Hugo Lake, as well as Highway 70, passing north of Valiant, Millerton, Garvin, and Wright City. But as Erica touched on, it is this really potent line of storms, none of which are tornado warned as it stands, but with wind gusts up near 80 miles per hour. And bear in mind, this is stretching from pretty much San Antonio northward into Austin and right now into Fort Worth and Dallas. I mean, with 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's certainly enough to do a lot more than just blow your trash can over. We've got some storm chasers out there as well, of which, by the way, you can watch in the MyRadar app. If you tap on the layers menu and go down to video/storm chasers, you can see where they are. In fact, we've got somebody on that storm. That's Corey Ecton, courtesy of our partners from Severe Studios. So, Jack, if you want to pull that up so we can see that camera as well. You don't have to take it in full. You can just take it as we are watching it here. That way we can get a really good look at things. So Erica's got it up behind her there. She's got the storm. So Jack, if you can pull up the app and the chaser camera. There we go. Yep. So let's jump back over. We're going to have to switch our radar site here. So let's go with that radar.
And Mike, a lot of people commenting in Fort Worth that there's a huge temperature drop. And me as being a native Texan, you know, that's what usually happens after these storms move through. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a chill for those folks who live down there.
I mean, without a doubt, I mean, the cold air is really a huge driver behind everything that's happening right now. Well, unless we might have just lost that chaser. The camera, I should say. I'm not seeing it anymore unless it just went offline. Corey Ecton. Did we lose it, Jack? I don't think Justin Cherry is the one there. Yeah, Corey Ecton is the one that is on the storm that we are chasing. That one right there. Yep. So there is rotation within this line here. Erica's going to keep an eye on that line right now, pushing into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, a huge temperature drop. I'm seeing reports here, again, of 70, 80 mile per hour.
That's a neat sound.
There is a 6 to 7 mile per hour wind gust at the DFW airport. Holy cow. One thing we have not looked at here in a bit are the power outages. I want to definitely take a look at that, especially when you consider that it's been raining. The winds, of course, are just whipping out there, so it's certainly enough to take down some older trees. as well as knock out some power lines. So my expectation is that will be dealing with some of those power outages. So we're looking at the velocity scan of that storm here. Just waiting on Jack in the back here. Guess that's going to have to be his nickname then. Jack in the back to pull up the storm chaser. We've got Corey Ecton, courtesy of Severe Studios. Again, you can watch his storm in the app by tapping on that little play button, and that is, of course, free in the MyRadar app. I like to say we're almost like the candy store of the weather world, where there's so much in the app, and the ideal experience would not be to turn on every single layer, in the same sense where you wouldn't want to go to the candy store, pick all the candies and eat them all at the same time. It's not going to be a fun time. But if you pick and choose based on the
calling in
situation, it's
Dallas
really
counties
suit you
until
well. So there's
7:15.
Corey's,
Severe thunderstorm
camera
warning.
there. Of course, we are
Destructive
watching
storms
this
with tornado-like
storm
wind speeds.
as the polygon begins to shrink a little bit. So it is working its way just to the north of Wright City there. It's in a weird spot in the sense where it's between a bunch of radar sites. I guess I'm going to have to switch to course there to see what we can find in terms of the embedded velocity. That being said, though, it's about to push over. What is that? That is 20. Is that 59? Pushing toward the communities of Hatfield, Cove, Vandervoort, Wicks, Rannis, and Gillum. Yeah, it's 59. This is pushing just to the north of Wright City and Broken Bow. Of course, there's a ton of shear in this environment. That's what we're seeing. A lot of these storms, if I zoom out, you can see are firing up from the south. Of course, that's where all that juice is coming in from Mexico. Meanwhile, you have this nasty line pushing in from the west. That is really the driving force behind everything. So Corey is parked there, watching the skies in Erie. Let me switch over here to the enhanced echo tops. That's just looking at the tops of these storms to see how tall things are. And that's a pretty tall storm up here, 20, 30,000 feet. We've seen some here in Texas that have just been absolutely massive. The storm yesterday to the southwest of San Antonio, that was keeping me up late. My gosh, the hail was nuts. But that height was up here 60,000 feet. I mean, that is a huge storm. But I guess, again, as I tweeted yesterday, I guess it's true that everything's bigger in Texas, including the storms. I'm sure Eric has something that up there can probably attest to that as well. But let's jump over to the correlation coefficient here. You can see that it's picking up a bunch of mass, but we're not seeing anything super distinct over to velocities. Yeah, I mean, this is just a really potent storm here. You can see on the back end of it here, kind of those spikes coming off the back, very likely going to be the hail. We see reports of some big hail. That is what we're seeing from the forward there. We've got, what is this forward? That's Jordan Hall. So, Jack, let's switch over to Jordan's shot, and let's take a look.
Okay, let's turn back around. Let's go west,
We lost Jordan's stream.
and let's pick up this
Lost
line
Jordan,
as
yeah,
it's
I figured.
going
Oh,
in,
you
then
rev
we'll
it
call
up?
it.
Okay, cool. So as soon as you can pull it up here, yeah, I'm looking at it on my end. Boy, those winds are whipping, and it
It's
looks
not
to be,
recording, that's for sure.
is that a power line in his shot? We're going to pull it up here in just a moment. But Jordan's shot is pretty wild here. Eric, I don't know if you can see this. We should be able to see it here in a moment. Yeah, Jack's about to bring it in here and swap it out for Corey's. So, Jordan is right here.
We're on
Just tense stuff too on our weather sim.
I don't know.
Around a lot, and it just got
Starting
really
route
dark.
2 Barrett.
Yeah, I mean, wait till you see
Head
Jordan's
northwest
shot
on
here.
State
It's about
Highway
to be,
3.
It's about to be pretty wild. Yeah, Jack's about to pull it in right now. Ooh, some big lightning flashes here. Let's switch over to Dallas-Fort Worth, because this is, again, this is go time here when this front is really pushing in. I mean, he's right in the thick of it here. Erica, can you see that shot there, right in the kind of in the middle? That looks to be a power line or a power pole. There's just completely
Oh,
toppled
yeah.
over
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. A little delayed back here, but that's a intense shot.
And again, you guys
And if
can
you're
see.
Dallas, this is coming
Yeah,
for you
you
guys.
can see the line. I mean, it's right on top of you. Dallas, it has not fully arrived here just yet. Of course, Dallas is still a few miles out ahead of it here, but Fort Worth, your sister city, is really dealing with the brunt of it right now. You can see Old Glory there whipping in the winds on that flagpole there. Jack, can you take Jordan's shot in full just for a moment here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so right in the middle of the shot, you can see what looks to be a power pole. Ooh, big lightning flash there, too. I mean, holy cow. Jack, do we have audio on his stream? Okay. We're going to see if we're able to pull in Jordan Hall's audio there. Again, this is courtesy of our partners from Severe Studios.
The winds are still whipping there.
Yeah, I mean, that pole there is really doing its best to hold on. But, of course, not great when you consider the amount of rain that's falling along with this, on top of the fact that winds are whipping between 70 and 80 miles per hour in a super compact line right now pushing its way into you. Okay, so there is audio. Great. I just can't hear it on my end, but Jack is confirming that we do have audio. Erica, when you were growing up in Texas, did you ever deal with I mean, I have to guess you dealt with significant weather like this. Ooh, another big lightning flash. Jack, if you want to take the radar as well, put it in the corner.
Yeah, you know, I do remember having these, you know, lines of storms coming into Dallas-Fort Worth is very common. What is weird is that it's the beginning of March and you're starting to see these storms coming in. So it might feel like you're in April or May. That's typically when you start to see these types of storms, especially this strong. So I think it's a little earlier in the severe weather season, but these types of storms do set up this way. You do get these intense line of storms. Although I don't remember the last time I saw Fort Worth and Dallas under a life-threatening severe winds, as you're seeing there on your screen from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall from Severe Weather Studios. This is the type of damage these winds can create there. And that's coming for you guys right now in Dallas, in those big populous metropolitan areas. So if you're on the roads, I saw somebody earlier in the comments saying that they pulled over. That's definitely what you want to do. Seek shelter, try to get into an area that's enclosed, because this is going to be a very dangerous situation. Not only that, but debris can be lofted into the atmosphere as well. Earlier we were watching it from our weather stem cams. You can see a lot of that dust and dirt being picked up, and that's what's going to happen with these storms. So this is going to create very low visibilities across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. I know earlier in the week too, there was what was left over from the strong line of storms this weekend in Oklahoma picked up a lot of that dust and made way for haziness across the Dallas-Fort Worth area earlier this week. So it's a similar situation is going to happen there, but with the rain, especially because you're not going to see anything across those roadways. So definitely want to get off the roads if you can. This storm is coming for you guys across Dallas-Fort Worth, and that's pretty much every highway that comes into Dallas. So we're talking about Interstate 45, Interstate 35, 287, 20, 30, all of those areas. You want to be off the roads and seek shelter immediately in those regions. But that's, you know, crazy footage still coming out from Jordan Hall. A lot of lightning coming in from this line of storms in Dallas.
That little play button, Erica, is where Jordan is. So he's kind of parked there just to the north of Haltom City, so just to the northeast of the Fort Worth metro. I want to bring this up here. We said we'd talk about the power outages. Look at this. I've got this turned on. Again, you go into the layers menu. It's at the very bottom, the power outages. You flick that on, and all of these are our counties, right? In fact, across Texas, of the 13 million customers that have been tracked, roughly 100,000 customers are without power. Now, I say customers, right, because it's not the number of people. There could be multiple people that live in a household. So very likely that number, the amount of real people that are affected, are a lot higher. There's Jordan Hall making a cameo in the stream. But I mean, yeah, when I zoom in on this, right, you can see all the lightning flashes. I've got the markers turned on as well.
Oh, you can see
all of those
emergency
blue
vehicles,
boxes.
too.
Yeah, all those blue boxes
so-
are representative of power outages, Erica.
So they just issued a tornado warning for Dallas because of the
Okay.
storm that's coming in.
Jack, if you want to take the app in full here. Yep, we got a tornado warning over the Dallas metro. We kind of
and what's
expected
great about
this,
this-
Erica, right?
Yeah, you know, and maybe they kind of did it because of the kind of damage that happened in Fort Worth. So they really want to draw attention to this storm. And I would imagine they're warning this because of those winds as well. And again, damage damaging winds that could come into areas. And again, this does include the city of Dallas and areas to the south. So Irving, you're in this, DeSoto, Lancaster, along Interstate 45, 30, 35. All of you guys under this tornado warning. This is for southern Dallas County. And they're not only with the straight line winds, but also the potential of tornadoes. So let's take a look at what's happening here with the radar, because I want to see what the National Weather Service in Dallas is picking up here. So I think they're picking up a little bit of rotation. And like Mike was saying, this is a QCLS. And this is what can happen with these storms is you can get rotation. And, you know, this prompted the National Weather Service in Dallas to issue a tornado warning. So a lot of this will be pretty gusty winds, but there could be the potential of seeing a tornado there from their latest update from this tornado warning. So right now, within the next several minutes, if you're in this area, I think if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning, you need to be sheltering regardless because of the winds and the possible tornadoes here. Nothing confirmed right now, but this is why the National Weather Service is issuing that tornado warning. Just north Ferris, you're also under this tornado warning. You don't want to be on the roads. Stay off the roads, stay in your shelter. And the storm coming in pretty quickly. So it's going to be in Duncanville around 6:30, DeSoto and Lancaster around 6:35, Hutchins around 6:40, Wilmer and Ferris 6:45, and combined at around 6:50. So I know a lot of people in this area work just south of Dallas. A lot of workers in this area. So definitely be aware of this storm. This is along Interstate 45. If you're heading south, I take this very frequently as my hometown is just to the south of these storms. So I know it's a pretty heavily commuted area. And looks like Ellis County, you're also under now a severe thunderstorm warning for pretty strong winds here. And they're warning it for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the craziest winds, the most intense ones will be in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, along with that new tornado warning that was issued. So stay in your safe zone, shelter in place until these storms pass here within the next hour or so. Some pretty intense winds coming for you guys, and possibly a tornado, some rotation within this line of storms. And Mike, pretty active evening, I know, happening right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area.
Yeah, it seems that Jordan Hall, Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, that is on the move. So we will have his camera there up in the corner. But I've got on the iPad here, Jack, if you want to take it. We're looking at the DFW area. I mean, Erica's got it up as well. I'm not seeing anything that really jumps out in terms of any kind of radar indicated tornado, just based on the rotation. I mean, there's some embedded rotation maybe within the line, but nothing compared to like what we saw in New Orleans. What was that, last year, where in the middle of the evening, right, Erica? I know that you were live for that one. Big tornado pushing through the Big Easy, but that's not the case right now. I mean, we can look at the correlation coefficient. I think this more so has to do with the fact that the National Weather Service has seen enough, right? I mean, things are really nasty right now, especially when you have the kind of the southwestern edge of this line, if you will, is kind of beginning to rope east and kind of speeding up a little bit, which could, again, enhance that rotation out near where Dallas is, of course. I mean, look at this line, right? Let me jump to the composite reflectivity. I mean, this is a huge line of storms stretching almost to Mexico, really. So Uvalde there, not part of this, but you can see that line. All of these yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. But we've got this guy here, right in Dallas here. That is a tornado warning. So
yeah, and I'm looking
the
at
line,
the Understim cam, Mike, and it's shaking like crazy. And this is in the UT Dallas Spring Performance Institute weather cam. It is shaking like
yeah.
insane.
Jack's gonna pull it up here, Erica, so we can see it. So stand by. Yeah, I mean that is smack dab in the heart of Dallas, and it is definitely jumping around. I mean, here comes Erica.
Yeah,
There it is.
it's just crazy. I'm not seeing any lightning just yet, but I feel like just because it's shaking so intensely, this camera's about to like fall off here at the UT Dallas Spring Performance Institute, and that's right in the heart of Dallas. So that storm really coming in strong here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean the real core of this line has not even arrived in Dallas, and you're already seeing that camera really jump around. So we'll have to keep an eye on it for sure. Jack, if you want to jump back to the app here, perfect, excellent. Again, for folks that are in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place. I mean, there's a lot of people that are impacted by this. I'm going to tap on it here so we can read it off. You got 26 minutes remaining here. So for southern Dallas County, it is because of that line coming in from your west that have a history of some really powerful wind gusts. I mean, up near 70, 80 miles per hour. In fact, just seeing a report right now from DFW Airport, 71 mile per hour winds. I mean, wild, wild stuff. Arlington, Grand Prairie. So Arlington, right? That's where the Cowboys play, right? So right over top of Jerry.
The Cowboy Stadium is in Arlington.
Yeah, so right over top of Jerry World there is likely very wet and very windy. Not part of the tornado warning, but this little kind of area is part of the line. Let me pause it, and we will head to the end of the scan. So that's what I have here. We'll get an updated scan in just a minute. Of course, that's in 5-minute increments. But likely keying in on this part of the line right there, which could be favorable for some spin up there. Look at velocity here, Erica. Interestingly enough, right
Looks
ahead. Go ahead.
Matt too. He just tweeted out power flashes in Dallas. So
Capucci?
this video looks pretty intense. Yeah, he just posted it on our Twitter page.
Oh yeah. Let me pull it up. I see it.
Crazy, crazy storm.
Yep, here it is. I'm gonna take it in full.
Transformers blowing, really all across the air. Ooh, that was big. Again, that's not lightning. These are transformers blowing in the strong winds as they just finally make it here to Fort Worth, Texas, and Dallas.
No?
But again, gusts about 80 miles per hour with this line of storms.
Through the iPad.
Wow.
I turned the audio on.
Blowing, really all across the air. Ooh,
Yep.
that was big. Again, that's not lightning. These are transformers blowing in the strong winds as they just finally make it here to Fort Worth, Texas, and Dallas. But again, gusts about 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, so let's watch this again, and you can see the power flashes.
Big-time transformers blowing.
Yep.
Really all across
There's lightning.
the air.
Oh, see. Okay. So the lightning, right? The lightning is, if you want to call it blue, right there, like that bluish light color. But then that right there, Erica, that color, like the pinkish color, that's a transformer exploding.
Oh yeah.
Jack, just let me know if we have audio coming through to that. I'm just going to let it play. We don't? Okay. If we can figure it out to get audio in. Holy moly. I'm sure that was a pretty loud, scary sound.
As they just finally
Look at that tree, too, holding on.
But again, gusts about 80 miles per hour with this line of storms.
All right.
Wow. Big transformers.
Let me jump back over to the app here. So, Erica, that tornado warning has just shifted a little bit. So it's just barely over Dallas proper now. So it's in effect now until 7 o'clock local time. So that's another 20-ish or so minutes. Or rather, yeah, again, the Eastern time threw me off, right? 7 o'clock Central time, yep. So another 20 or so minutes. A radar-indicated tornado in effect for southeastern Dallas County. Of course, what they're writing here, the flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter, right? This is a really densely populated area of Texas. We've been talking a lot about these other parts of the state that are a little more rural, but Dallas is, pretty densely populated. I mean, it's up there. I mean, you got Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, big metro centers in the state. And yeah, that's one of them.
It's just south of Dallas Left Field, and this is along Interstate 45. So I commute along this a lot when I'm in Texas. And so I know a lot of factories are here, a lot of people hopefully taking shelter if they're at work. And this is a heavily commuted area too. So hopefully you're off the roads in this area with that tornado warning and even that severe thunderstorm warning, Mike.
Bear in mind, Erica, that it is, 6:30 there? So people are likely coming home from work right now. So not an ideal time to be out on the roadways here. Keep jumping around to all these different radar sites. We just added in effectively higher resolution radar sites here that have a smaller reach. But I'm not seeing anything. I mean, good news, right? I'm not seeing anything in terms of the correlation coefficient, which would indicate, right, the presence of debris, something being lofted vertically. And that, of course, would likely mean the presence of a really strong tornado. I mean, we're talking EF2 and above, but that's not the case right now. In fact, I'll switch over to CC just so we can look at it here. And again, all of this is part of the Pro Radar pack in the MyRadar app. All of these products here. I've got to switch over to a different radar to see that. So we're going to go to the Fort Worth. Yeah, and again, all of the little confetti out ahead of the main line there isn't anything of note, right? But let's just say within the red there, you were to see just a really distinct. I mean, you would really see that area. Not the case. So that again is good news. I think the consideration here, even though you are seeing some embedded rotation within that line, of course, red representative of winds going away from the radar site, green representative of winds going toward the radar site, right? In this case, with the Fort Worth radar, that is the one that we're using here. It's right down here that the red would represent winds, again, going toward it, rather away from it, and the green would represent the winds going toward it. So the green is coming in from the east. Those red colors there are representative of winds pushing eastward. So there is some embedded rotation within that line. I think that's what the National Weather Service is really paying close attention to. Seeing another report, Erica, of another strong wind gust up and above 70 miles per hour here. And there is yet another one up and above 70 miles per hour. Gosh. So for folks that live in Dallas, you need to be in your safe place. You are, as it stands right now, still under this tornado warning. It is passing right overhead of you right now. In fact, we've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's live stream. Unless, Jack, did we lose it? Did he freeze up there? You see on my end. No, he's back. Might just have to refresh it. And for folks watching at home, you can turn on this Storm Chasers layer, and that will give you the ability to watch these Storm Chasers live in the app. And you know what, Erica? This is as good a time as any. We can show you guys a brand new feature in the app. If you don't have this yet, all you need to do is update your version of the app. It is being rolled out in phases, but most of you should be able to download this version of the app. You see this little car icon in the bottom left-hand corner? It's right on the toolbar now. Well, this is Routecast, right? I don't know why it's popping up there. Oh, rather, that's something different. I've got to do this. I've got to go in here, and we've got to go to road weather. Boom, right here. Check this out. In road weather, let's turn on the full CONUS. Interesting, asking me to restore the premium features, which I've got. Stand by. Boom. Okay. Aha. I'm just going to have to refresh that. So let's do this. Jack, if you want to take Erica's radar so she can watch it, and I will restore the features here on this app. This version of the app, I should say. Erica, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm just looking on social media here. There's a lot of
no worries.
Videos coming in of the wind. Pretty crazy wind coming into portions of Dallas. So that storm is pretty much knocking on your door here as that line of storms continues to push in. So if you live right in the center of Dallas, that storm's right there. You need to be taking shelter. And then within that tornado warning, that storm's about to come in there as well. So I'm also reading the chat. A lot of you guys, native Texans, just like me, so you're kind of used to these severe weather events, but just stay on alert with these gusty winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Mike was saying earlier, 70+ mile-per-hour winds being reported at the Dallas airport. So this is really gonna make way for some damage. Earlier in the chat too, I saw somebody saying that their neighbor had a trampoline and it got lifted into who knows where. So that's the kind of wind that can really pick up these storms or pick up dirt, any debris. And that's what makes these storms dangerous, not only because of the winds, but what the winds can do. It can pick up the debris and really loft them everywhere. So take a look at that line of storms. Not only are we focusing on Dallas, but I want you guys in Plano, Garland, even McKinney. McKinney has grown a lot over the past several years, even Plano. I know you know, native Texans know that. So a lot of you live in those regions. Just stay weather aware here. Stay in your shelters if you can. These are pretty dangerous storms. If you're in Fort Worth, most of the crazy activity has already passed to your east. A lot of that rain will still linger. So just get ready for the rain. And of course, some of you saying the major temperature drop across those areas. And not only that, but we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ellis County down here. And this is my home county down here in just south of Dallas along Interstate 45, 287. Somebody was saying earlier they were driving along 287. Definitely not recommended. You don't want to be on the roads here. But again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So we're talking about you guys from Midlothian, Waxahachie, Ennis, Palmer, Italy, Milford, Hillsborough, all of you guys under this severe thunderstorm warning. And if you're down in Corsicana, I know it's a pretty populous area. The storms haven't gotten to you yet. So I would imagine you guys here within the next couple of minutes will be under a severe thunderstorm warning. So like Mike was saying earlier, I wasn't seeing it too evident indication of velocity within this tornado warning just to the south of Dallas. Now it's moving in here, so you can definitely see the winds ahead of the line of storms here pushing into just into the center of Dallas, now to the east of that. And I'm not seeing a huge indication that there could possibly be a tornado, but they still have that tornado warned. So make sure you're seeking shelter if you live anywhere just north of Ferris along Interstate 45. I know a lot of you guys work around this area, very heavily commuted I-45 there. So just stay safe, and even I-20. I-20 is also a heavily commuted region across Dallas, Fort Worth. So definitely seeing a lot of activity too, a lot of chatter on Twitter. Of course, you saw earlier our meteorologist Matthew Capucci was on these storms. You were seeing power flashes, and that's something I've seen a lot with these storms. I saw earlier around the Fort Worth area, there was a video with power flashes as well. So this is a common scene out in Texas right now. And of course, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci doing a great job tracking these storms in the field in Dallas. And looks like a lot of rain also coming in to those areas. So definitely possible there along those regions. Just stay weather aware. This is going to be a very active evening. So I want to go back and take a look at what's going on with this weather stem camera and see if it's moving much. So it looks like I am seeing a lot of lightning here. Let me pull that up here on my screen so you can see that behind me. Jack, if we can pull that up. So let's go here. And you're seeing that wind. I was seeing a lot of lightning here. So again, this is the UT Dallas Brain Performance Institute. So this is right in the heart of Dallas. You're seeing a lot of that wind. Earlier, a lot of lightning, rain coming into this area. And I'm gonna wait and see, because earlier, like I said, power flashes were being noticed on even this camera. Right now, it does look like it's just lightning. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not really sure which way this is facing, but a lot of lightning, a lot of gusty winds coming into this region in Dallas. So, you know, definitely taking shelter in this region. Let's see if we can pull up another camera. So let's go up here. And this is also courtesy of UT. But they have several branches in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And that's where our Weather STEM partners have their tower cameras here. So let's try to pull this one up. This is a little bit north. So this is near the Plano area where a lot of you guys live. And just from the still of this, looks like it's, you know, sun is setting there, set here over the last couple of minutes. So it is going to get dark. Oh, wow, you can see a lot of lightning up here in Plano. Pretty bright here, kind of a pinkish tone to it. I would imagine because of the sunset that just occurred, but I'm wondering if those are also, I don't think they're, possibly, maybe, I can't confirm, but I think these are lightning strikes that are coming into portions of just north of Plano there. So a big populous area. If you're on the ground, you're already feeling the winds, the lightning, the rain. You're hearing it all. It's pretty active there right now across portions of North Texas. A lot of you live here, a lot of you in the chat. So let me know where y'all live. maybe you're not watching us from there and you're curious to know what's happening in your city. Let me know. Let us know in the comments. And of course, if you're watching us on the app, you could always join the conversation. We are streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and even Twitter. So right now, the only tornado warning I am seeing, it looks like in Dallas, and there's actually been a newly issued tornado warning down in just to the north of Austin. So let's give you an update on that. So this is a new tornado warning from that line of storms that's coming in. Nothing confirmed just yet, but this is for Coryell County and La Paz County in central Texas. Let's see what kind of winds it may produce. So again, a tornado warning, a possible tornado here. So it'll be near Fort Hood around 6:55 p.m. Not seeing any indication that this is a confirmed tornado. They're not really listing what kind of winds are being registered with this tornado warning just now, but let's take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning. So 60-mile-per-hour winds of this. So there's must be some rotation that the National Weather Service here is looking at. So let's switch the radar here, and let's see if we can pull up the Austin radio or Austin radar. Let's take a look at that velocity and see if we can grasp a very defined area of rotation. So yeah, definitely seeing it there with that new tornado warning. See if we can pull that up. So I have that camera behind me. Let's share this screen again. You can see what I'm talking about. So this is to the north of Austin. And so let's draw here on our screen so I can point out where I'm seeing that rotation here. So bear with me. Looks like this technology does not want to work. Okay, there you go. So you can kind of see it here. And this is kind of what we're talking about with the indication. So that's just to the north of Copperas. Kylene, you're just to the east of this storm. So this is going to move up to the northeast here. So that's that new tornado warning associated with very strong winds. But I am seeing kind of a notch there indicating that there possibly could be rotation within this storm. So that's why the National Weather Service decided to warn this storm just to the north of Kylene, Texas. And if you don't know where this region is, I know you Texans know, but this is just the north of Austin here. And it looks like they just extended that severe thunderstorm warning into Kylene, Texas, and just the north of Round Rock here. So a lot of activity starting to pick up in these big populous areas. Waco, Texas, you're going to get in on this activity. Austin here, I wouldn't be surprised if they do extend that severe thunderstorm warning into your city as well. So a lot of activity all the way down into Austin, possibly into San Antonio here over the next several minutes. So we're still tracking that tornado warning in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area.
Solution down the line to get
right
it
now,
there.
I'm not seeing any confirmed reports of a tornado down there.
Okay.
So definitely watching that very closely.
Good
And our
call, man.
meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, is on the storm. He's right in the heart of Dallas here. And earlier, he actually saw power flashes in his area. So definitely
my mic.
dangerous storm that's really producing these tornado warnings. But as of right now, the only tornado warnings we have is in the state of Texas. They have expired those tornado warnings we were watching earlier in Oklahoma, Texarkana, and even Arkansas. But that doesn't mean your threat is over. They did extend that tornado watch into portions of Arkansas and even Louisiana. So a lot of activity coming into these regions. And that new tornado warning for portions of just to the west of Kylene, Texas. So I'm just going to look here online and take a look to see if we got any new updates from the National Weather Service here. I'm just seeing a lot of footage of, people taking footage of this crazy wind that just came into those regions. Looks like sirens were going off as well in Dallas. I'm seeing a video of the sirens going off in the downtown heart of Dallas there. As the sun is setting here too. So I think that's the good news, at least with these storms, is they happened in broad daylight, but as they track to the east, that's what's going to make these storms dangerous. It's going to be night. You're not going to be able to see very much. And that's what makes these storms very dangerous. That tornado threat is also there in portions of eastern Texas, as well as that large hail risk. And as we're seeing now, damaging winds over areas of Dallas-Fort Worth and even into the eastern part of Texas.
So Erica, you just called him out. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci and you call him out by name and he answers. In fact, I've got him on the phone right now. Capucci, we showed your video before, those power flashes. That was pretty wild, man. How are things cooking there in Dallas Fort Worth? We've seen, reported wind gusts up near 75 miles per hour on average, seemingly over the past 15 minutes or so. Of course, there was a tornado warning in the city of Dallas that's now extending to the south and east, including Hutchins and Wilmer, moving away from the Metroplex. But gosh, the main core of that line, that QLCS, is really cooking through the southeast. Take us through what it looks like there.
Most definitely. So I'm still seeing power flashes out my window left and right. It's tough to tell what's lightning, what's power flash, but that said, the lightning flickers a little more. The power flash is a bit more continuous and tends to be more aquamarine in color. But there's still a number of them that I'm seeing probably every minute and a half. Earlier on, there are probably about 5 to 10 per minute. That's how many there were during the height of the storm. Car alarms were going off as the leading edge of the gust front, the leading edge of cool air exhaust from thunderstorms, kicked up with winds gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour at my location here in Richardson. Again, we're seeing heavy rainfall right now. Interestingly, there was a brief lull in the winds that I hope didn't lull folks into a false sense of security between the leading edge of the winds, then a brief drop off, then the winds resurged back with the precipitation core that's working through right now. So we're still seeing heavy winds. The sirens went on at my location. People were pouring down the hallways of the first floor, kind of waiting it out. Interestingly, the hotel bar was packed because it's down in the basement. But really, all told, it's a very impressive line of storms. And personally, I think there may have been multiple tornado touchdowns in the DFW Metroplex. Sam from the National Weather Service in Nashville, I forget his last name, Sam Shamark, I believe, posted a video of what appeared on Twitter to be a cloud mass sort of within a larger precipitation core that was roiling near the surface and causing a number of power flashes in the direction of, I believe, McKinney. And I also saw what was a more concentrated area of power flashes off about 3.5 miles to my east near Garland towards Rockwall, a little bit south of Sachet. And that's where there was that's a lot of lightning. That's where there was a brief circulation that appeared on the terminal Doppler radars. And one thing I want to kind of plug what we can do technologically for a moment. The Course National Weather Service Doppler radar is great. It's a high-powered radar, but it doesn't always resolve very fine-scale circulations, quick-hitting circulations like you get in these QLCSs, or kind of kinked squall lines, quasi-linear convective systems, as good as the airport radars. Most apps don't put the airport radars in. MyRadar does. We have the terminal Doppler radars. All you have to do is go to per station radar, look for the ones that are located near airports. They have a much better spatial resolution, better temporal resolution. That's how I saw one of these couplets.
Capucci, I've got the TDAL radar, or TDAL. Of course, that's the Dallas Fort Worth International Airport radar, right? And we were looking at that. Of course, it's a lot narrower in scope, as we told people, right, as opposed to that Fort Worth radar, which covers a lot more of a zone. But I mean, you are able to see, as you mentioned, the really finer details of the rotation. It's interesting. I got to find that video you said from the National Weather Service, but it was very difficult, of course, to see anything in terms of a tornado touchdown, being that there seemed to be embedded circulation, right? In fact, we're looking at it right now as that tornado warning extends, using the terminal radar here. Let me go out to the latest frame here so we can see it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of right there along, is that 175, Highway 175, near Seagoville? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know Erica. What'd you say, Erica?
Seagoville.
Okay. I'm not even gonna.
I know somebody was telling us about Kylene. I was saying it wrong. It's Colleen, and you was saying it wrong. So thank you to whoever in the chat told us that.
One thing we talked about before, these kinks in the line, basically, you have a surge of air ahead of the main line that causes local curvature in the line, north of which you begin to get locally backflow, so winds out of the east, whereas they're out of the northwest behind the wind shift line. Where those two little changes of wind direction meet, you have opposing winds that can quickly spin up a tornado. And in environments like this, it's not like a traditional tornado that forms from the bottom down. These ones kind of get going near the surface and stretch upwards, which is why they are so difficult to really predict in advance, but also difficult to warn on. That's why, if it seems like sometimes the National Weather Service is playing whack-a-mole with warnings, that's because that is the best any meteorologist can do with these QLCS tornado warnings. They pop up, they're there briefly, transiently, and they disappear. Look at what happened on Sunday night in Norman, Oklahoma. From the time the Weather Service issued that warning, the time it sideswiped their office, was only a few moments, and they were really good at issuing that warning. These things just come together so incredibly quickly. And we're seeing one right now. Again, technically not even in the tornado warning, but east of Balch Springs. So if you're in that area, probably a good idea to be below ground if possible, seeking shelter, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as possible. That's true for Highway 80, the southern reaches of Lake Ray Hubbard, anyone east of 67. So again, Mesquite, Sunnyvale, Creek Crossing, Mesquite Metro Airport, and folks along 80 should probably be in shelter right now. And down to the south as well, Interstate 20, Balch Springs, you guys got to be in shelter. Forney, be in shelter. Talty, be in shelter, just as a broad in case. And again, we have a lot of busy landmarks there. Walnut Lane, Forney High School, Heartland. A lot of folks in that area, even a little bit northeast of Seaganville, should probably be in shelter.
Some reports of some overturned vehicles as well on 75, which of course splits the Dallas Metro. So, I mean, that would make unfortunate sense, right? Especially with winds between 70 and 80 miles per hour. Walk us through what it was like, Capucci, as you were there. Of course, I just showed some videos that of you in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Of course, you talked about the kink in the line circulations. What was it like as it was passing through?
Most definitely. So these kind of things come in very quickly. I mean, the eastward propagation must be, what, 40, 50 miles per hour? So I heard the sirens here. And sirens, to hear these during non-tornado events are rather unusual, especially because
Right.
Dallas-Fort Worth doesn't sound them that often. But we got what we call a destructive thunderstorm warning, basically a souped-up severe thunderstorm warning that made my phone buzz. The Weather Service now triggers a wireless emergency alerts, just as they do during tornado and flash flood warnings, for severe thunderstorm warnings when the winds meet 80 miles per hour. That was the case here. And so I got that. I waited a few moments, was looking at the radar, finally decided to go downstairs. Elevator wasn't coming. So I decided, if the power goes out, don't take the elevator, take the stairs. Walked down there. And by the time I got to the second floor, I'm on the 9th floor at my hotel. By the time I got to the second floor, suddenly the wind just hit. And the building made this very strange roaring noise. You could hear air pouring into any outlets, whether it be vents, etc., going through the air conditioning. And that meant the leading edge of the winds had arrived. The outflow boundary of the gust front. I stepped outside and I thought the door was locked, and it turns out I just couldn't push the door open because of how much wind, the force of the wind pushing it shut. Finally wedged it open, stepped outside, and I still have dirt in my eyes from having gone outside. I saw a litany of power flashes, probably a half dozen to a dozen of them, all in the course of 30, 40 seconds. And the winds were enough to, make trees move probably 15, 20 degrees in either direction, get car alarms going. It's a wall of wind. Picture a snowplow in the atmosphere just pushing the air. That's exactly what's going on right here. And again, I want to underscore the fact that we are, there's a good lightning flash. But I want to underscore the fact that there are a lot of radar apps out there. We sent folks to Texas. We care about the communities we serve. We're there with you every step of the way. We have a team in Orlando. We have a team here. We have editors who are staying past their workday to get this done. Our whole team is with folks every step of the way. And we're going to be doing more live streaming during big events like this. And so it's imperative for folks to not only have a way to get notified, but really trust us to give you the warnings, give you the alerts, but stay with our briefings too. And I think it says a lot about our CEO that he sent someone down here to be here and write it out with folks, so that we're going through it too.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like we said at the start of the stream here, we had plans to, slowly make sure everything was in place for severe weather season. But you know what they say about best laid plans, right? And especially when you factor in Mother Nature, who is very, very humbling for us little folks, right? Just a quick little update here: the tornado warning for the Dallas Metro and to the southeast has expired. That is no longer the case. The worst of the winds have now passed through the Dallas Metro area here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here just so we can take a look at those tornado warnings. As it stands, it's just one here. It's on the back side of the QLCS here. As we talked about, this is a massive line of storms. Texas is a huge state, but this is stretching from north of Dallas, all the way through to Austin and Waco, all the way to San Antonio, almost to Mexico. I mean, it is a big one, folks. Texas, I mean, gosh, there's going to be a lot of studying meteorologically about Texas here over these past 5 or so years when you're talking about just the severe weather that Texas has seen here over the past 5 years. Of course, a historic winter storm as well over the Lone Star State that we spoke about. What was that? Was that 2020? God, it feels like a million years ago at this point, but it really wasn't. Here is that tornado warned storm right now to the northwest of Colleen. It's a really small polygon, but enough so that the National Weather Service has felt confident about issuing here. This is in effect until 8:15, at least Eastern time, so local time 7:15. So another 12 minutes to go here near Fort Hood, moving east at roughly 50 miles per hour. Capucci, can you see that on the radar where you are?
I can, most definitely. And one thing, if we can actually flip on over to reflectivity, not sure what you have up right now, but
I gotcha.
reflectivity. Beautiful. See, for folks who are at home watching right now, I'm actually on my phone giving us some technological hurdles we had earlier on. We're debuting all sorts of amazing technology, but doesn't always go according to plan right off the bat. So Mike's doing an awesome job driving the radar. But what we're seeing right now is the intensity of the rains, the deep reds, meaning very heavy rain, maybe some hail to about pea to dime size mixed in. But see how it kind of curves back north of Colleen? This is what we call a northern bookend vortex. Basically, one part of the line, south of Colleen, is surging out ahead of the rest of the line. So this little northern section north of Colleen kind of curls back on itself. And at that point in the line, the northern curl develops counterclockwise rotation, which is cyclonic, meaning that's kind of the way most tornadoes in the northern hemisphere spin. And so the threat is that any environment where you have a northern bookend vortex and a lot of vertical stretching in the atmosphere could spin up a quick hitting tornado. So again, nothing is necessarily imminent, but that said, we are seeing strong rotation a little bit north of Colleen. We switch on over to the base velocity, we'll be able to see a red against green. Of course, we're looking at the radar right now from Fort Hood off to the south and east of Colleen. But we see red against green. Green winds out of the west-northwest on the backside towards the radar. Red away from the radar. Red marks the inflow, air heading in to fuel the storms. And whenever we see two colors over a short distance, that's an obvious wind shift line. You can see the entire line. Oh, there's a big power flash. The entire line is one big wind shift line. And it's along this line that you have little kinks of spin that could become tornadic, and that's what's going on right now.
Capucci, this is, as it stands right now, the only active tornado warning, but that doesn't mean that people should let their guard down, right? I'm going to, as I'm talking here, go into the weather outlooks layer and turn that on here from the Storm Prediction Center here. Bear in mind.
Yeah. Most definitely. And a couple
there
things
it
I
is.
want to point out. A couple things I want to point out. Number one, we've shown the severe weather warnings all across the area, how broad, expansive they are. I think they extend continuously, something like, let me see, about 300 plus miles north to south. So a huge swath within this line has prompted severe thunderstorm warnings. The fact that they're extended so far downwind, for example, almost to Canton, Texas, almost to Sulphur Springs along Interstate 30, that shows you that the National Weather Service is confident these storms will hold together. And indeed, we are too. So we're warning folks well in advance because the line of storms is moving into a favorable environment for storm sustenance, for storm maintenance, and of course, for even in some cases, storm maturation, because the ingredients are just right for continued storminess well into the night. One other thing, too, in addition to all this nastiness, we're worried about flooding, especially north of the warm front. For example, across much of Arkansas, even western Tennessee, southern Missouri, southeastern Oklahoma, northeast Texas. There's a huge area that is seeing moisture lifted north by the parent low pressure system. And as a result, the same fronts that are triggering these severe storms are squeezing all the moisture out of the air in the form of very heavy downpours, in some cases that train or pass over the same areas repeatedly. So we could see a widespread 2 to 4 inches total, with localized amounts in northeastern Arkansas or western Tennessee around 6 inches when all is said and done, even northwest Mississippi. So it's a multifaceted threat. We don't want to get too caught up in the tornado warnings. Sure, there's only one left. Great. We have 3 other hazards to deal with, if not more. It's going to be a very long night ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and you're looking at the moderate risk area. I've got it turned on. I just turned the opacity down a little bit here. But this main line is kind of just now kind of entering that moderate risk area. If there is any silver lining to this, of course, right, we're losing the real prime heating of the day. But with an already super juiced up atmosphere, again, the Gulf of Mexico is no joke right now, and only going to, continue to get warmer as we head toward the summer months, right? But it's sending forward all of that energy coming in off of the Gulf and getting pinched in by these fronts here, as Capucci touched on that warm front there, just to the north of Mount Pleasant and Texarkana. It's pretty much at the top end of that moderate risk area, and that extends from Fort Worth through to Dallas, Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, all the way into Texarkana, Arkadelphia. and Camden and El Dorado. Pine Bluff just barely on that moderate risk line, but you pretty much would want to treat it as such, being that it's right there on the line. So still more to go here. Capucci, before we let you go here, is there anything else worth chatting about related to this event? Of course, it's something that has kind of got going in the early afternoon. I know that you were kind of getting set into place, and then it was like, you know, it all really started to happen rather quickly with all of those discrete supercells out ahead of this main line. But now we're dealing with this incredibly potent line. I mean, pushing forward super strong winds with those kink in the lines, as you mentioned, rotation-wise. Is there anything else that people should be watching out for in the app? I mean, I've got the fronts layer turned on. As you mentioned, the flooding. I'm going to talk about the road weather features here in just a bit. But is there anything else within the app that you think people should be monitoring?
So two things I'd like to touch on right now. Moments ago we were talking about the convective outlooks, these bullseyes drawn by the Storm Prediction Center. Amazingly talented women and men there who work around the clock giving us convective forecasts, and they're specialists at what they do. That said, I want to point out we all as meteorologists aren't perfect all the time. So, sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter if you're in the red or if you're in the orange. Treat it equally seriously. Have a way to be notified. Last night in Frio, I believe it was Frio County, Texas, southwest of San Antonio, a place that wasn't forecast to see any rain or thunderstorms. They got softball-sized hail. No one was forecasting that. The Storm Prediction Center didn't even include that area under a general thunderstorm risk. I certainly wasn't forecasting that, and yet surprises do happen. So that's why it's imperative to have a way to be notified of warnings. Even if you're in an area that may not have the highest severe weather risk, even if you're in an area that isn't in the bullseye, the avocado pit we were talking about earlier on, the middle of that severe outlook, you want to make sure you can be notified. The MyRadar app will do that. Wireless emergency alerts will do that. Weather radios are helpful too. And the other thing, I'd like to, if we can, return to that tornado warning off to our south near Killeen.
There's two of them now.
It's been extended in the direction of Waco. So again, Waco, not of immediate concern yet right now. Temple is out in the polygon too, but areas northwest of Temple and parts of Coryell County and Bell County. That's northwestern Bell County, southeastern Coryell County. That's in central Texas. That goes in the next 30-ish minutes or so, that threat. And again, we're still seeing that rather broad but becoming a little bit tighter circulation, where you can see, if we switch it over to velocity, an obvious kink in the line, sort of a bent back of where the winds are. And it's within these little bends, these kinks, that tornadoes can quickly spin up in environments like this. And especially, even if we don't have a prominent signature on the Weather Service radar, the airport radars can sometimes give a better perspective. What I will say is this: earlier on, I saw circulations on the airport radars in Dallas that I couldn't see with the broader Corsair National Weather Service ones. Unfortunately, there isn't an airport radar down in Killeen. So that's why I say, even if the rotation doesn't look crazy strong on the Weather Service radar, we know that there could be tighter circulation near the ground that we just can't really see with our instruments. So that's why it's important for folks in that area to be in shelter. And just like you bundle up against the cold by putting layers on, bundle up against the wind by putting layers between yourself and the outside world as possible. If there is a tornado in your area, which we cannot confirm at this point, but you want to treat it seriously regardless, then you want as many layers between yourself and the outside world as possible. We have a new tornado warning in effect right now on the northern portion of the line, up in extreme northeastern Texas, near the Red River, Oklahoma. We can switch off north towards the Dallas radar. This is a brand new tornado warning for western Lamar County and southern Fannin County, again in north central Texas until 8 o'clock central time. This thing is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So again, folks in Petty, in Roxton, Windham, Brookston, Toco, you guys need to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. There could be some hail with that one too. That's kind of the area that has been misbehaving most of the day. And keep in mind, this is right along Route 121, State Highway 121, east of Bonham. So Dodge City, Lanius, you guys should be in shelter right now. County Road 2917 in shelter. Burns Branch, if you live near the Burns Branch River all the way towards 897, should be in shelter. Honey Grove as well, down the road as well. So it's not a super populous stretch, but regardless, if you know folks here, if you live there, be in shelter right now. We'll put on velocity and see what's going on there. And yeah, admittedly, it's tough to see with any of our radars what exactly is going on. But that's just because it's in an area that doesn't have great radar coverage, which is unfortunate. I can see some circulation, believe it or not, from the Oklahoma City radar Actually, yeah. Here's something rather weird. Mike, I assume you're driving right now.
Yep.
And when we say driving, we don't mean driving car. We mean driving the radar. We've been, Fort Worth is the closest radar, but let's actually put on KTLX, Oklahoma City's radar, because KTLX shoots a little bit higher into the storm, and we'll put on reflectivity.
Yep. There it is.
So we have reflectivity on. We can see a more concentrated lobe of precipitation, which just shows us the storm is a little bit taller. But notice how there's kind of, if we zoom in a little bit, and we're still looking at reflectivity here, notice there's kind of like I don't want to say donut hole, but a circle, if you will, a broad circle, a little bit northeast of Bonham, a little bit northwest of Dodge City. Do you kind of see that? There's like a lesser area of intense rainfall between Bonham and Dodge City. Is that visible?
Yep.
Okay, so that is what we call, for folks at home, a BWER, a bounded weak echo region. What that means is there's an area where the updraft, the rising motion within the storm, is strong enough that rain and hail are not necessarily falling there as heavily as in other areas. And the fact that we can see that kind of signifies that, there may be a more concentrated area of spin, a more concentrated updraft, even if we can't necessarily see a great velocity signature. Now let's put on velocity and actually see what's going on. And again, it'll be a very messy signature, but you kind of see a broad light blue against dark red, or sort of a broader red against green there, marking where some broad circulation is. And keep in mind, because we're so far from Oklahoma City's radar, we're looking about, 5 kilometers, so roughly 3,000, almost 4,000 feet into the air. Actually, I'm sorry, no, more than that. 5,000 meters, so close to about 12 to 15,000 feet. So we're looking way up there. And so that's the best we can possibly do from Oklahoma City's radar. But using that information, suffice to say, there's some spin within the storm. We can't know what's going on down at ground level. We have to treat it seriously. That's why there's a tornado warning in effect, especially too because it's the northern end of the line. And as we talked about earlier on, you can very easily have curl back of that northern end, what we call the northern bookend vortex, get counterclockwise spin. So Honeygrove, Brookston, Roxton, Bean Shelter now. Otherwise, it's just all about having a way to be notified overnight. Here in Dallas, we're expecting hours more of heavy rainfall, moderate to heavy rainfall, lightning too. And then early tomorrow morning, there could be some straggling showers as well. So, Mike, a very busy night ahead. Folks need to have a way to be prepared.
Capucci, one more thing before we let you go. Let's talk about the low-level jet here, because I wanted to turn that on here. I mean, it is super significant coming in across western Texas. Let's talk about why is that a driving force behind what we're seeing. You can, for folks that are looking here at the stream, you can see this big U shape kind of near Pecos and Hobbs and Carlsbad. That's of course the trough that we're talking about. But this is what I'm showing you in the app, are the jet stream winds, so the air upstairs, if you will. Capucci, this is a pretty powerful low-level jet here coming through Texas. Talk about why this is important for this line pushing eastward.
Yeah, anytime you have a dip in the jet stream like this, you have within it nestled cold air, low pressure, and spin. So there are like 4 ingredients here that are very concerning. Number one, that spin within that jet stream dip, we call it vorticity, a lobe of spin, enhances ascent or upward motion. That upward motion fosters and bolsters strong to severe thunderstorms. So that's why we saw kind of that sudden eruption of thunderstorms earlier on as that vorticity approached. We call it positive vorticity advection, basically the arrival of spin and the arrival of ascent or upward motion. Ingredient number 2, that jet stream dip itself, all that energy up there in the form of these jet stream winds does a couple of things. Number 1, it causes venting. Basically, it pulls spent exhaust air away from the storms and allows the storms to suck in more warm, moist fuel air from the bottom, helping them to strengthen. It's just like how if you want to start a wildfire, if you have a fan kind of sucking air out of your chimney, the more that goes up and out, the more it comes in the bottom. So that's a problem too. Additionally, it causes wind shear, a change of wind speed and or direction with height that allows these storms to acquire rotation, which can be a problem too from a tornado standpoint. Or with the strong winds aloft, we mix those strong winds down to the surface because the heavy rain pulls that jet stream momentum down to the ground. And then ingredient number 4 that's a problem with this jet stream dip. Within the jet stream dip, remember, it's very cold upstairs. The colder it is, the bigger the contrast between the warm surface and the cold upstairs, the more you can have parcels, pockets of air, rise into that very cold environment and cause thunderstorms. So again, a litany of issues with this jet stream dip. That's why when we see something like this, which we can see with that layer in the MyRadar app, the reason to be concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that low-level jet, a huge reason why we saw that big storm yesterday to the southwest of San Antonio, dropping some gigantic hailstones. I'm really gonna have to look back at that storm here, but my gosh, I mean, for folks that are watching the stream here, that's a really powerful jet, as Capucci touched on here, and that is right now nudging right up against that main line here. So Capucci, we're gonna let you go here, so that way you can get back to the reports from the field. Let me know if you want to jump on the stream again. We should be here, and thanks again. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Things are settling down right now, but one last thing I'll say. Anvil crawlers, or kind of spider lightning, on the underside of the backside of these thunderstorms. Very impressive, too. So conditions have markedly improved in the past 5 minutes here in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's nasty off to the east, but I'll keep you guys updated, and we'll have continuing coverage throughout the night.
All right, stay safe. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good.
All right, and there goes Capucci. I mean, if we paid him per minute or per word, boy, that would be the entire budget of the company, huh? He's awesome, huh? I even got a laugh at that. Was that Jack in the back there? All right, good stuff. And is Damien back there too? I don't even know what's going on anymore. All right, so we've got Justin Cherry's live stream up here from our partners at Severe Studios. Real quick, if you guys want to watch those chasers in the app here, all you need to do is tap on the layers menu and then toggle on this video/storm chasers layer, and they will pop up on the map as their streams are active. I'm trying to see if there's any live right now. I know that we're pulling them in. There's just the one. There's just Justin Cherry here, but he may not be factored into the app, but we are able to see it here on the back end. But nonetheless, it's still something that you guys are able to, another awesome free feature in the app. Now let's chat about this feature, because I think it's really going to be useful for this particular situation. I mean, we're past rush hour, right? I mean, it's 7:19 in the evening, but there are still, of course, people driving out on the roadways. You can see it in Justin's camera there, which it looks to be flickering there. So let me show you this. Check this out. We're going to go into the layers menu here, and I'm going to go into road weather. Turn this on. And not only can you see a 60-mile radius from where you are, of course, we're in Orlando, Florida, where this version of the app is, so a little farther away than Texas. But I'm going to turn on full CONUS as the iPad tips over. Stand by. All right. And if I zoom on out, you can see the entire continental United States. Just real quick, I'm going to turn off the radar and turn off the weather alerts and turn off the fronts. I think I have to zoom in just a smidge so you guys can see it here. Got full CONUS turned on. There it is. It's pulling in a ton of data, right? These are all of the major roadways in the United States. And as we zoom in, you can see some of the more local roads. This is showing you road conditions as you hover over it. Can you see in the top right there? The clock might be covering it up a little bit. But you can see up in the top right, it tells you whether it's a dry road, if it's wet with rain, if it's wet patches from previous rain. I'm going to zoom on into the Dallas Metro, see how it adds additional roadways as you zoom in. But as it stands right now, where that line is, which is right about here, I'll turn the radar back on standby. It's going to take a second to load in. But you can see that the roads are dry as it stands right now. But look at the backside of it, wet patches from previous rain. I mean, a big mess across the Dallas Metro and pushing back toward Fort Worth. We are, for the folks that are watching the stream, we are working on some really neat accumulated precipitation data here coming into the app. That is one awesome thing that I will say about our developers. I mean, some of the hardest working developers in the weather world. If you guys have any ideas for future features in the app, something that you want to see, and bear in mind, we hear them all. I mean, from a beach forecast to a marine forecast to hiking to all that good stuff. We are working on a ton of exciting, cool stuff. A Mac version of the app. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that one as well. I know it's super impressive what we're able to do with the app. We are a small but mighty team with offices here in Orlando, Boulder, Colorado, as well as in Portland, Oregon. So we've got really awesome new features coming in the app. There's my little spiel. I'll get off the soapbox. But if you guys have any ideas for us, you can tweet me at Mike Linden WX. You can tweet us at MyRadar WX. Again, all of our stream graphics are really going to continue to improve here over the coming days, really. But we had plans to kind of for the next week or so to really kick things into high gear. Mother Nature decided to throw a moderate risk our way, so here we are in Texas. All right, so I've got Erica here. I think she should be able to hear me. Erica, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. My AirPods
Awesome.
just died, so that's why I'm like,
no,
oops.
no worries, no worries. All right, so let's look at this this tornado warned storm here, pushing through Bonham. As we were talking to Capucci, definitely a kink in the line here, and you can see the rotation. It is a little ragged right now over Dodge City, pushing now to the east and north of Bonham and Windham, Honey Grove as well. You need to be in your safe place. Again, put as much interior between you and the outside as possible, right? If you're in a room with a window, bad room to be in. This is a time for you and your family to get close, right? If it's a crawl space under the stairs, so be it. That's my safe place. Here in Florida, we don't have basements because of the water level being so high. So when it comes time for a tornado, as I had to deal with a couple of years ago, the touchdown near Sanford, right pretty much a mile or so away from my house, I was ready to go into the crawl space, me and my 2 dogs, because that is the safe place in my house. So you got to know where your safe place is. If you live in a motor home or a mobile home, I should say, the key word there is mobile. It's not a good nor safe place to be in a severe weather situation such as this, because with winds that, of course, come with a tornado, even a weak one, it's very possible, let alone for the mobile home to tip over in maybe the weaker of these systems, but potentially become lofted. And in that case, not a fun place to be. So somewhere where the permanent foundation is really going to potentially save your life in an instance like this. So again, somewhere where you can, again, put as much of the interior walls between you and the outside as possible. So Erica, we're watching this tornado warning here, which is in effect for roughly the next 35 minutes. We've got Justin Cherry's live stream up here. What are you seeing at the moment? Well, it looks like actually, Erica, right? We have yet another tornado warned storm, just to 2 of them rather. So this is new. Let me switch to this radar site here.
Yeah, I was seeing a tornado warning near Paris, which, if you remember earlier in the evening or in the afternoon, there's actually a tornado warning to the east of Paris. So maybe the same areas will be tornado warned once again, and that's in that Oklahoma-Texas border. That's a long highway.
Yep, I see it here. Yep.
And so that's something I'm very concerned about, especially if a tornado were to form, because I think there was damage coming out of those regions. It might just get a little bit north of where that confirmed tornado was earlier this afternoon, but that's definitely one to watch, especially because earlier this afternoon there was a tornado warning there that did make way for damage. Again, that's just to the west of Paris. So that's Lamar County, Fannin County in Texas up there. And let me make sure that those were the right counties.
Yeah,
there.
Dodge City, Honey Grove along 82.
So yeah, several tornado warnings starting to be issued because of this line of storms that's coming in.
So
and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, that's what makes this pretty dangerous, because it's already dark there. So you're not going to be able to see visually if there's a tornado. And speaking of visually, I've been on social media here for the past several minutes, and there's so much footage. There's even power flashes being reported with that tornado warning just south of Dallas. So there possibly could be a tornado that touched down there, or it could have been just very strong winds coming into that area. But, a lot of people are out there. I know our meteorologist Matthew Capucci's there, but this is one of those areas where you do get a lot of footage just because of the amount of people that are there, but also storm chaser footage that are there. But nothing confirmed yet, officially, at least with those storms in Dallas. I know somebody just asked that in the chat, but just from looking at the video, there were power flashes being reported just south of Dallas. So we're going to have to wait to see what the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas, once they survey this area, maybe in the daylight hours, to see if there was a confirmed tornado in that region. And, some people, I was seeing power flashes in Plano, footage of that across social media as well. So if you're curious about that, we did see that footage, but again, we're gonna have to wait for the official report from the National Weather Service.
I've got that video up right now, Erica. that I shared to our social media, to our Twitter account. At my boom, there it is. Holy moly! Look at those
Yeah,
power
that's
flashes.
the one I was talking about. Like that,
Yeah.
you know, for a moment it seemed like nothing was happening because it's so dark. So that's what makes
Mhm.
these storms so dangerous.
Yeah. So let's here we'll send it over to you so you can drive the radar for a bit. Let's take a look at these lines here. We've got it looks like 4 total tornado warnings. That one that we just spoke about to the west of Paris. Again, the communities that are under threat right now: Wyndham, Honeygrove, Petty, Brookston. You need to be in your safe place. We've seen reports of damage from this storm behind you, right? So that is why this tornado warning has extended. But Erica's going to chat about these a trio of tornado warnings here, which do include the cities of Moody, Troy, pushing through Colleen right now, Granger, and Weir. So Erica, take it away. Guys, you can pull up her radar.
Yeah, so let's take a look and let's start just north of Austin because I think this is one of the newly issued ones within the last several minutes as that line of storms is coming in with 40. So it's moving at 40 miles per hour. This is a tornado warning. So let's turn on that velocity product here. And you can see, so around Granger, Texas. And I think I remember last severe season, this is one of those areas that was affected by tornadoes. So we're definitely seeing this once again around this area. Right now, I'm not seeing evident indication that there's velocity in here, but you can just a little bit. If we pause this here, so I want to draw them here. So if we zoom this forward, you can kind of see a little bit of a notch here. And it's a little grainy here on my screen, but I do want to point that out. So let's draw that. So it's right here. You can kind of see that notch as it came in to the polygon here, this tornado warning. You can kind of see it here again. So I would imagine this is what they're warning for. I'm not seeing any indications of confirmed tornado here, but it's definitely evident just a smidge there on velocity. So I'm not surprised to see this type of warning here. And just to the north of Austin. So you definitely need to be taking shelter if you live in this area. Now this storm is moving to the east here pretty quickly. So stay in your tornado shelter in this area. These storms are really dangerous across portions of Texas. And so let's go up across just to the north of this. So this is all along Highway Interstate 35. Where we have a couple of tornado warnings here. And this is what we were tracking earlier. So not only are the severe thunderstorm warnings going to be dangerous with these storms, but as well as the winds and the tornado warnings. So here's where we're seeing that next tornado warning again along Interstate 35. This is a very heavily commuted region. It's Thursday, so I'd imagine if, you know, once you get into the weekend, this gets pretty trafficated here, but take a look at all of that activity. And this again, this is a tornado warning. So it looks like they did expire this tornado warning that was just to the back of here. So if you were in that tornado warning, it is no longer in effect. We just have this one now. And this is for, so let's pull up the latest on here. And it looks like the severe thunderstorm warnings are continuing to pack a punch just to the east and the south of Dallas. If you live in Ellis County, those storms are starting to move into your area. You know, earlier today, we were tracking these storms to the potential of seeing some quick spin ups, power flashes. We were seeing that. So it's going to be interesting to see what, you know, once we get daylight tomorrow morning, the extent of the damage from these storms. So a definitely active scene. Waco, Texas, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. And Sandy there shouting out us. I will also, Sandy, want to tell you that Damien's back here helping us as well. So we got full team here with us tracking these storms, especially with what we're anticipating heading into the next several hours. So again, that's tornado warning still ongoing for portions of North Texas. Right now, thankfully, nothing is confirmed, but when you're under a tornado warning, it means you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This storm has a potential of dropping a tornado at any moment. And we're seeing reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts here. golf ball size hail with those storms in Arkansas. So not seeing these two produce a big hail just yet with these storms. So that's that line of storms that's pushing through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And so far, as I speak right now, we only have 3 tornado warnings, and those are the ones just north and to the east of Killeen, Texas, south of Waco, to the west of Paris, Texas. So a lot of activity. I know a lot of you earlier were watching us from Texas. So again, if you live in Dallas, Fort Worth, you're just seeing a lot of rain. So pretty much the most intense part of this line of storms has already moved through your area. You're probably feeling that temperature drop. And I know a lot of people commenting too, you know, typical Texas, you get really warm weather, these storms push through, and then you get that cold air. So that's pretty much the battle of the air masses as we're starting to transition into spring. And this is why we get these types of storms to set up over this area. I know it's been abnormally warm in this region, so we've been seeing a lot more activity in terms of severe weather over portions of the plains, and we're already heading into severe weather season. So this is the time of year that, although today you did see several severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, be prepared for these conditions throughout the rest of the spring season. Of course, I know you Texans are used to this type of weather, but it's always best to be prepared, and especially across eastern Texas. That's where we're watching these storms, because eventually this line of storms will push into areas like Nacogdoches, Tyler, maybe even Huntsville, College Station, where Texas A&M is, Houston. I know that's a big area that, you know, a lot of you guys watch us from. So Houston, we're expecting this line of storms to come into your area in the late evening, overnight hours. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. These storms just to the north of San Antonio, maybe to the north of it. You may be under a severe thunderstorm warning here over the next several minutes. So that's something else we're watching as well. So that's a pretty big line. That's a lot of Texas real estate there that's being affected by these storms. And so, you know, this line very intense, and severe thunderstorm warnings being issued ahead of the line. So it gives you plenty of time to take those precautions over those regions. So let me take a look at what we're seeing now. So we're still watching those tornado warnings across portions of Texas. And right now we only have 3 of them issued in the state of Texas. Not seeing any indication that these are confirmed so far, which is some good news. But again, need to be seeking shelter. Going into the most interior portion of your home. So when I talk about this, if maybe you're new to Texas, because I know a lot of people are new to the state of Texas, have moved there over the past several years. Maybe you're not used to these types of conditions. When you're under a tornado warning, it's always best to go into the most interior portion of your home. I'm from Texas, so I know a lot of you guys don't have basements. So the best area to seek shelter is in maybe the most interior portion of your home. So we're talking about closets with no exterior walls or windows, bathrooms, hallways, anywhere where you don't have those windows or exterior walls. That's the best bet. And if there happens to be a confirmed tornado, try to cover yourself as much as possible, maybe putting a blanket, a mattress, sometimes maybe a helmet would help as well. Anything to cover your head during these tornado warnings. But definitely things to keep in mind. And if you know family or friends that are new to the area, make sure to make them aware of what's going to happen during the season. You native Texans who've been there for a while know what kind of damage these storms can really bring. So make sure that you're talking to your neighbors, anybody that you know that is new to the area, and help them prepare for the intense severe weather season that you guys are very much aware about. And especially, you know, with these drastic change in weather, definitely something to keep in mind, because it may throw you off in some instances. But let's take a look at what's happening now. Not any new updates with these storms just yet. Looks like they did actually extend the tornado warning just to the north of Granger, Texas. So that's along Highway 35 there. And so that's a new tornado warning that they just issued. And so let's zoom into this region and let's see if I can get the latest stats on here if this pops up. So there's that radar that's getting updated. And let's put this velocity. I want to see why they've warned this storm. So it might be moving a little bit to the north. So I could see maybe a little bit of an indication here, rotation, maybe up here, and maybe even down here, definitely here. But but definitely seeing all of that activity. This is that line of storms, and these are the 2 tornado warnings that are being issued right now across portions of central Texas. Let's put on that reflectivity back. So this is what our usual radar looks like. And this is coming into Rogers, again, north of Granger. Let's see. Okay, so there's that tornado warning, and let's read the latest from the National Weather Service. So this is for west central Milam County, southeastern Bell County in central Texas. This is moving at 45 miles per hour. And this is along Interstate 35 near mile marker 279. And they've also extended the severe thunderstorm warning to the east. So it does include a lot of central Texas here. Not a super populous region or areas of central Texas, but you still need to be seeking shelter. Mejia also under a severe thunderstorm warning, and then to the east side. So Sulphur Springs, you just got under a severe thunderstorm warning, as those storms are now coming into portions of eastern Texas. You know, these storms, it's been several days of this severe weather threat. So maybe a lot of you are starting to feel this severe weather fatigue, and it's only March. Just hang in there. These storms will move out of your area pretty quickly. I would imagine by about after midnight, you're going to start to see less storm activity across portions of Dallas, Fort Worth, even all the way down into portions of Austin. But here's a look at this tornado warning just to the north of those 2 other ones that are just in central Texas. And look at that across portions of Paris, Texas. But let's take a look at what's going on here. So it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning. If I could get this text box to pop up. So there it is, tornado warning. This is for McLean County, Coral County, Bell, and Falls County in Texas until 8 o'clock p.m. So you have about another 20 minutes on this tornado warning. What I like to see with these storms is there's no confirmed tornado with these just yet, but when you're under a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately in these areas. And I'm just checking social media for any updates in terms of videos, but looks like some of the most intense activity, thankfully, is over in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. And, you know, a lot of you were asking questions about what happened there in portions of Texas. So, you know, these storms, I would still be on alert. If you're anywhere in eastern Texas, you're under that tornado watch until the evening hours here. But just watching all of this footage on Twitter, wow, you know, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci's out in the field. So whenever we get the latest update from him, we'll be phoning him. But let's take a look at what's going on now. And I want to turn on the watches and warning layer because I really want to show y'all where that tornado watch is. So let's turn those on. And I'll put it here so you guys can see that outline. Let's fill the shape here. So this looks like a lot, but I really want to point out where these new tornado watches are. So this tornado watch, so let me draw a border here. That way you can tell exactly what I'm talking about. So here's this tornado watch right here. So on that ARCLA text region goes until 10 o'clock. This new tornado watch right here, so that does include Shreveport. I know earlier you're under tornado warning. Doesn't mean your threat is over. So stay on alert. Anywhere to the east of that, south of Little Rock, there's a new tornado watch. So that means the conditions are favorable for tornadoes to be within this zone. This goes until midnight tonight. So that means you have time to prep. I definitely don't want to see another tornado warning in Shreveport because there was a confirmed tornado there earlier, but that definitely can happen. But look at all this activity all the way up from, there's even a severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas, all the way down into portions of central Texas. It's a pretty active scene, and this is something we typically see with these line of storms that set up in Texas. Sometimes they could even be as far reaching into portions of Oklahoma, and we did see these tornado warnings in Oklahoma earlier after a very active weekend. So this has just been days of activity across the plains. So I know you guys are maybe tired of the severe weather, but don't let your guard down. These storms will continue into the overnight hours. So we're talking about you guys in Longview, Tyler, possibly Nacogdoches and Lufkin. Those areas, you typically see severe weather, although you're not under a tornado watch. I would still be on alert because this line of storm can produce some pretty gusty winds. So I'll turn that off and we'll leave the warnings on here. But no new updates right now. We're still watching and tracking these tornado warnings down here in central Texas, just to the north of Austin here. You can see now San Antonio, Austin, you're both under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's a huge area. So a lot of you guys along Interstate 35 in New Braunfels, Texas, where I know there's the huge Buc-ee's that's there. But San Antonio all the way up into San Marcos, Austin, into the north of Austin, there are several severe thunderstorm warnings. So I want to give you an update on that because that's a huge area. A lot of you guys under this severe thunderstorm warning. And so when they issue severe thunderstorm warnings, they're mostly want you to be aware of the possible hail. So that's penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is all for Caldwell County, Hays, Guadalupe County, Bexar, and Comal County in Central Texas. So all of that includes San Antonio. So those counties that I just read off, it's this storm that's coming into your area. In Austin, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is being indicated for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's definitely going to cause some damage. The National Weather Service is highlighting this could cause considerable damage, tree damage, and damage to mobile homes, roofs, and buildings. So if you're in Austin, so we're talking about Williamson, Hays, and Travis County. Travis County is where Austin is. I'm definitely trying to be indoors and possibly seeking shelter because of how intense these winds are. 70-mile-per-hour winds, and I wouldn't be surprised. So there's the Austin International Airport as well. I'm hearing a lot about airport delays. So if you flew out of Texas today, definitely not a good day to travel. Especially in the evening. I would assume that this has really wreaked havoc across the airports. But there's the Austin International Airport. And take a look at this line of storms moving to the east. Austin, you're right in the thick of this storm, and then eventually conditions will improve. You're also going to feel at least the temperatures drop as this line of storms continues to push east. So a lot of activity ongoing here, both in the city of Austin and San Antonio. Okay, so let's go back up. And somebody's asking about Paris, Texas. So Paris, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning as we speak right now. So let's give you an update on that. And you're also being warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So although this tornado warning is just the east of you, be on alert. There is a lot of activity coming in here. And we'll zoom out here. So let's put on the Dallas radar and give you an update on that. What I don't like about this area up here in this like little corner from Paris to southwestern Oklahoma, there's not a lot of good radar coverage out here. And so when we track tornadoes, it's really hard to see if there's any velocity within this region. But the National Weather Service does a good job in tracking these storms in this area. So, and you can kind of see a little bit of rotation in this zone right here. So that's why they have warned it. So I'd be surprised. It'll be interesting to see if they extend it further down to include Paris, Texas under this tornado warning. So the person who's asking me, just stay on alert, stay prepared, know where to go if you were under a tornado warning, because that may come down the line for you. But either way, 70-mile-per-hour winds are happening now there in portions of Paris. So let's zoom out here, and hopefully that answers your question. And if you're just now joining us, this is kind of a new layout that we have now, and one of my favorite features is we may be tracking this storm up here, but if you take a look at the bottom of your screen, we are giving you those updates on what counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings. So that's a cool feature. You would know where exactly there's tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. So if we're not covering your area, you want to know what's happening, ask us in the chat. Share this video with your friends and family who live in this area. This is very important information that they must know, especially heading into the next several hours. And I'm not sure if Mike's back there, but I know he's been tracking.
I'm here, Erica.
All night. Okay, so a lot of activity, but several tornado warnings ongoing here. And at least with the good news now, none of these have been confirmed, but it's definitely something to watch for the evening hours, Mike, as this line of storms continues to push east across Texas and eventually Arkansas and Louisiana.
David Ruglicki got his work cut out for him with you telestrating on that monitor there. Gotta love it. And I heard you shouting out the Buckies. I mean, it wouldn't be Erica on our broadcast without shouting out the Buckies. I've only been to Buckies once here in Volusia County in Daytona Beach. My daughter had a blast. Buckies is great. Shout out to Buckies. Anywho, of course, the evening rolls on here on the MyRadar host of social media platforms. Of course, we're working out the kinks. You can see our awesome new setup here. We've got down at the bottom there all of the active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. We've got the time right there, right above my head. And you can see either side of this big monitor wall behind me here. We're in the midst of decorating the set and filling this whole thing out. And of course, Mother Nature was like, we're going to do another moderate risk in Texas and get severe weather season going early, huh? So here we are. Amazing. We're really, really excited. I hope that you guys are as well for the new setup. Let us know if you like it in the chat. Of course, I've got that pulled up in front of me here. But Jack, as I'm talking here, you can just make me in a little picture-in-picture or whatever. Let's just pull up the radar because that's what people really want to see. And of course, we are watching tornado-warned storms, a trio of them right now, along the southern edge of this QLCS. And of course, within the greens there, you can see the red, the embedded rotation here. Right now, that's near Bruceville, Eddy, Lorena, pushing east of Temple and Troy and Pendleton. So Lott, Rosebud, Clinton, and Golinda, you are not part of this tornado warning, but you certainly need to be prepared here in the next couple of minutes to potentially take action to get into your safe place, right? But we are watching that the red color there, of course, that is representative of winds going in opposite directions, right? Or in the sense where you're seeing green, which is winds representative of winds going toward the radar site, and red representative of winds going away from it. So when you begin to see that pocket, that little couplet there, it's not a true couplet where we're seeing almost it looks like they're twisting. Of course, that would be a really good sign of a potential tornado here. But this certainly is representative of rotation well within this line. This is, of course, the velocity product in the Pro Radar pack. But if I go to the composite reflectivity here, you can see that this is part of this super broad and expansive line that stretches pretty far, in fact, cutting across most of Texas, right? So stretching from just south of Fort Smith there and pushing east of Tulsa, Oklahoma, all the way south near San Antonio, pretty much to Mexico, which is pretty nuts here. I've got the chat here pulled up in front of me here. We've got Scott in Houston. So Scott, is it headed for Houston? You may end up seeing some thunderstorms here over the course of the evening, but the real nasty stuff is likely to progress to the north of you. In fact, let me turn on the weather outlooks here, and you can see that Houston is under a slight risk for severe weather, that being a 2 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. The moderate risk, that being that red color, that is a 4 out of 5 on the SPC scale. And that is, we're kind of now about a fourth of the way through that moderate risk area. So there's still plenty of time for things to really get cooking here. The real key, bear in mind, is that we have lost the prime heating of the day. There's no sunshine. The sun has set, as you saw with those Storm Chasers videos, as you saw from Capucci's videos out there. There's no sun, right? And with the prime heating of the day comes some extra instability. Typically, as you've seen when we've had Aaron Jack in our live streams, if you've seen Capucci in our live streams, whenever they're getting ready to go out on a severe weather chase and they're talking about the clearing, it's not necessarily a good thing, because we certainly know there's bad stuff coming. And if there's clear skies out ahead of it, it allows those storms to build and build and build and get nice and strong. It's like getting up out of bed in the morning and being able to get a nice, good stretch. If you're able to really stretch those arms out, that's what these storms are trying to do, get nice and tall. If there were to be a bit of a cap above them, right? It's like stretching and you're in like a small room, right? You can't get past this point here. Unfortunately, that was not the case today here in Texas, where there was some clear weather out ahead of this line. And that is why we have seen since about 1 o'clock this afternoon, or I guess it would be around 1 o'clock Central Time, right? that we started to see these storms firing up. But now this is kind of what we anticipated here. This QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system, that is just basically, in simpler terms, a squall line, right? A line of storms kind of all joined together. It's like playing, what was that game you played as kids? It was in that Netflix series. Jack, Damien, help me out here. We all linked together. Red Rover, that's what it is. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it very much. Red Rover. And all these storms are effectively doing that, linking arms as one and pushing eastward here. You can see, again, the fact that it is stretching all the way from the north right on through Paris. Let's take a look at each tornado warning piece by piece here now. Stand by. Got a lot going on here in front of me, but I know for folks in Texas, they've got a lot going on as well. So let's take a look at each tornado warning. And again, if you are anxiously awaiting me to talk about an area that is under warning, you can see that at the bottom of your screen here, and it will cycle through about every 5 seconds. You'll see a new warning, whether it is a severe thunderstorm or, of course, a tornado warning. And you can see the locations, the expiration time, all that good stuff. So here's the first one here that is set to expire in about 7 minutes. This has all been part of this line where we have seen damage behind this, whether or not there was a confirmed tornado. Nonetheless, this line is still possessive and has proven already, as we have seen, as it pushed through the Dallas metro area, reported wind gusts of near 77 miles per hour. I mean, that is wild stuff here, right? The good news is that things are weakening within this particular cell here. Likely to be a lot of heavy rainfall, bear in mind. But in terms of the tornado threat, you can see how it begins to kind of shrink and kind of collapse within itself here. It's in the mature phase, if you will, when it comes to its growth. Let me turn on the velocity. Again, this is part of the Pro Radar pack, where you're able to look at all of these different products that we have available within the radar here. Each radar site, I should say. This is within the moderate risk area, and I am using the Fort Worth radar, so let's change it to the Fort Smith radar here, which is to the north of this site. Again, nothing really jumping out at me in terms of the radar indicated rotation. We'd really be looking, it would be fairly obvious to see. Ignore the purples in there. It's kind of just the data all like, it's like filling in the little gaps. You can see the concentric rings of the radar there too. If I switch to Shreveport, I mean, that might be a little too far away. But there we go. So you can see why this is a tornado warned storm. Just bringing in the data here. It's got to load. And big shout out to our developers that just pushed out an update here over the past couple of weeks ago that allows you to get really hyper granular data at a really low level in the atmosphere here. I'm not getting that data to load in. You know what? That's a good point. Last I checked, it was what, 100,000 or so customers. Holy moly! Now it's 338. So let's zoom out here for just a bit. Again, there's that radar indicated rotation. Before I get to that, so it's passing near is that Massey Lake. Apologies for my pronunciation there. It's heading toward the 82 and Highway 271 interchange north of Paris. For folks out ahead of this, that would be in Grant, Texas. And there you go. That tornado warning expired. There is some embedded, whoa, zoomed in too much. There is some embedded rotation within this, but at this point, enough for the National Weather Service to expire that warning early. So now I believe it is just those two to the south of here. So just to the north and east of the breakfast taco capital of the world, that being Austin, Texas. And I'm just poking around, looking for a little bit of that rotation. And there is something rather interesting here. Just waiting here for the radar data to fill in here. Takes just a moment here to load in all of those frames. But you can see there, kind of coming in from the south and swinging east and north. Of course, that would be representative of some rotation here, certainly of some spin. Yeah, the data is having a tough time loading, but there you can see it. There it is. So that's to the east of the Granger radar site, to the east of to the west of Rockdale. So that is a tornado warned storm, and that is in effect for the next 32 minutes. I mean, this is if you want to call it the best in show as it stands right now, particularly standing out on the radar site. So this is central Milam County in central Texas, moving east at roughly 60 miles per hour. So this thing is it's moving at highway speed here. Man, I mean, look at that outflow coming away from the radar site here. Of course, it's bending around the radar site. Bear in mind, you can see it right there, just to the east of Granger. That's where the radar site is. But that is some really potent wind. So regardless of whether or not we're seeing a tornado on the ground, you know what? Let's just double check that. Take a look at the correlation coefficient. CC, this is an awesome product that really gives us an indication of objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. So if there were to be a presence of a really strong tornado, this would show us whether or not objects, I mean, shoot, that could be anything. That could be a car, a cow, like in Twister, right? Really anything that is being lofted into the atmosphere vertically where it shouldn't be. And that is where it would really start to stick out like a sore thumb. I know it looks like, a confetti cake right here, but not too much going on. Can you tell that we're hungry here? Rolling in the evening hours. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything that really sticks out at me all that much here on the CC. Of course, that is a good thing when you're talking about a tornado-warned storm. I always try to find the silver lining here, folks. But let's jump back to the velocity here. That is a rather nasty-looking rate return here. But as Erica touched on, there's now more than 250,000 customers without power in Texas, and that is something that you can track in the MyRadar app. So let me show you how to do that. I'm going to zoom out, turn off the weather outlooks for just a moment, and we'll turn off the weather alerts for just a moment. And we're going to go all the way to the bottom of the layers menu here and turn on power outages. And this is going to fill in all of the power outages across the state. There we go. It takes just a moment for all of that data to load in. So you can tap on each individual county to learn more. Of course, this county here, Presidio County, right on the border of Mexico there, looks to be, in terms of the most county-wide outages, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most people, but about 50% of the customers in this county alone are without power. That's pretty wild. It's not as populous, of course, as the Dallas metro, but if we zoom in here, right, and we take a look at the counties around the Fort Worth and Dallas area, Parker County, roughly a quarter of the people, or customers, I should say. Remember, a customer is just a building or what have you. There could be multiple people living in your home, right, but it only counts as one customer. So that's not a true representation as to how many people are dealing without power. Likely that number is way, way, way higher. So about 19.5% customers without power there. Let's go to Tarrant County, which of course is home to Fort Worth. It will load here in a second. About 11% of total customers are without power there, which is roughly 103,000 people. So again, that's about a quarter. That's about a third rather of the outages across the entire Lone Star State are right here in Tarrant County, which is where we did see some wind gusts up near 77 miles per hour. That is so bananas. And now looking at Dallas County here, a smaller percentage, 1.9%, but look at the total number of customers impacted there. So 20,000. So most of the power outages are coming from right here in Tarrant County, which again is home to Fort Worth. And again, neat thing about the MyRadar app here, and I'm not giving you a sales pitch here. This is just really cool that you can do this. We got some really neat power outage updates coming in the future. But as it stands right now, that is super useful. So let me jump back here. We're going to turn the weather alerts back on, and I've got the velocity scan turned on. Erica, we are closely watching this tornado warning. Is this the only one in the region that is active right now? I believe so. Yeah. It is blasting out ahead of that radar site. Just to the east of Granger. Again, Cameron, Buckholtz, right along that Highway 77. Is that 21? So along the, nope. What road is that going? 190. So along the Highway 190, 77 interchange, it is coming right for you. So if you happen to live in that area, you know people that live there, whether or not, again, this is a confirmed tornado, that is definitely some twist, let's just say, as well as some super powerful winds heading your way. Let's check out something else as well. We're going to look at the vertically integrated liquid here. So not a super impressive hail core. The vertically integrated liquid, or VIL, is what meteorologists use to look at the possibility of hail being present in a particular storm. And in this sense, there is hail, but it's not the monster hail that we were seeing earlier this evening, nor even yesterday to the southwest of San Antonio. I keep bringing it up. I want to show you guys that storm real quick. We'll come right back to the tornado warning. Erica's going to keep an eye on it here in case anything develops. I just need to show you this storm from last night. So this is, of course, our Twitter feed, at MyRadarWX. You guys can always tag us, mind you, if you have something really interesting to share. We would love to push it out there for the world to see. Stand by. Almost there. And here we go. Look at this hail core in this storm yesterday to the southwest of San Antonio. That is indicative of, 4 to 5 inch hail. So imagine upwards of a softball falling from the sky made of ice. Not fun to be out during that, mind you. Check this out. And of course, the only reason that this occurs with hail is you have, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, you have moisture that is being pulled vertically in by an updraft. Imagine just a super intense vacuum. That's kind of the leading edge of these thunderstorms. You have the updraft and the downdraft. What goes up must come down. The downdraft is where you find tornadoes, the precipitation. Of course, that's what's coming down from the cloud, or from the storm, I should say. In that updraft region, you have just, in yesterday's instance, this incredibly powerful updraft that is just sucking that moisture northward that was present at the surface super duper high into the atmosphere. And as that precipitation tries to fall, it gets suspended vertically due to that incredibly strong updraft. And as that happened, as I mentioned, an updraft in motion, just look at how it just swells out, right? That right there, is textbook right there in terms of a powerful updraft and a big-time hail producer, as we ended up seeing. Just super wild. And of course, that is visible in the Pro Radar Pack in the MyRadar app. That's the VIL product that I'm looking at here, and you can see the presence of hail by using that product. So Erica, we're back looking at this line here, and just got the signal here from Jack to keep going. So I'm going to keep going. This is what we do here, folks. We can keep on going and going. So I will do that. Oh, you're back, Erica? Okay, I'll wait for Jack to give me this. I'll wait for Jack to give me the signal. But yeah, this is the beautiful thing about broadcasting through the power of the internet, right? We are not beholden to any of the confines of traditional and legacy broadcasting, so we can kind of play by our own rules, which is really fun. So, anywho, we are looking at this particular system here. Let me look at the chat and see what y'all are saying. If you guys have any questions for myself or Erica, let me know here. I got someone watching in Argentina. That's super cool. We've got, okay, so we got someone on YouTube saying, I'm just northwest of Little Rock in Arkansas. Are we expecting strong thunderstorms now? Nothing tornadic. So let's do this. I'm going to go to the app, hit this little magnifying glass, and I'm going to type in, is it Maumelle? Did I spell that correctly? I did. So we'll head over there real quick. So it's just to the, as you mentioned, northwest of Little Rock. And then I'm going to turn on the weather outlooks. So you're part of the enhanced risk area. You're just outside of the moderate risk area. It's certainly possible that you could be looking at some pretty strong boomers overnight tonight. Of course, thunderstorms,
Hey, Jack,
for
can you
lack
hear
of a
me?
better term here. And of course, that is definitely something
I'm
to watch
talking.
out
Okay,
for
thank you,
through
Jack.
the overnight hours. Of course, when there's no light to see what's coming your way, it can be rather frightening, right? So the best advice I can give you is that before you go to sleep
Yeah, my
tonight,
mic died
be
earlier,
sure that you
Jack. So
have
that's what you were
the
wondering.
MyRadar app installed on your mobile phone, or of course on an iPad, or on your Amazon Alexa, or what have you. We are everywhere, even on your Xbox, mind you. And make sure that you have the watches and warnings, or the warnings turned on, so that way you are able to receive the alerts. You can, by the way, double check that by tapping on the notification gear here, or the settings gear, I should say, and then going into the notification settings. I don't have it turned on here because we don't want to be interrupted during the show, but that's how you would get to it. Hit notification settings, and from there you can toggle everything on and off as you so please. Be sure that you have those severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings turned on, so that way you are notified. All right, so let's jump back down to this tornado warned storm, which is right now approaching the city of Cameron. Cameron, Ben Arnold, you are just outside of the tornado warning. Gauze, you are in the polygon, though. And as the great James Spann says, respect the polygon. Let's take a look here. It's right along the, what is that? That is the 77 and 190 interchange here that cuts through Cameron and Buckholz. So you can see why the National Weather Service has continued this tornado warning here. I mean, there's certainly something there in terms of just the ejection of incredibly strong wind pushing east of the radar site. Of course, the radar site's literally right there in Granger. So we're really close here. In fact, let's jump over and let's take is that Houston? No, that's going to be an airport radar, which is really awesome. But of course, you can see it is a bit of a smaller breadth there of what it can capture. So we're going to have to use Fort Worth just for a moment. I want to see if we can pick up on any other rotation. I mean, it's like right there, right? It's weak. It's not. I'll double check here on the CC. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much that main line just pushing east. So there might be some embedded circulation within the line, which we did hear some reports of that earlier. So it's pushing right over top of Buckholz and near Cameron right now. So you are, again, in a tornado warning. You should respect the polygon, and you certainly need to be in your safe place. What's up, Glenn? Watching in downtown Granger. Okay. Well, I mean, Granger is in the clear now. You've got all the nasty stuff now pushing east of you here. But Erica, I see you've got the app pulled up there. So that is the tornado watch for this evening, right? And that extends all the way until midnight local time.
Yeah, so I wanted to point this out because I know you were talking about Houston earlier. Houston's actually under a severe thunderstorm watch. So what that means is you're going to get these strong winds, possibly large hail, and even in this severe thunderstorm discussion from the National Weather Service, they're pointing out isolated large hail event to 1 inch in diameter possible. Tornado is possible within this severe thunderstorm watch, and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So this coming in here within the next hour or two across areas of Houston, as it's already to the east, Austin and San Antonio. So that's definitely something that we're going to watch heading into the overnight hours. So it's very important that you have your alerts turned on your phone. Make sure you are aware that these storms are coming with what they already produced this evening. These could pose a danger. So again, that's Houston. You're in this severe thunderstorm watch. To the north of this area, so it looks like they did issue a new tornado watch. And I was talking about these areas earlier. Lufkin, Nacogdoches, you guys are under this tornado watch until this evening. So this goes because of the few tornadoes, likely intense 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so this is a tornado watch in effect for those areas in Louisiana as well until midnight. That's when you're going to get that tornado possibly. So be on alert at least until midnight. Of course, if you go to sleep before then, make sure you have your phone on loud, have a way to receive the alert, know that the storms are knocking there on your door. And somebody was asking about Arkansas. So just to the south of Little Rock, you are also under a tornado watch. And this is because we also could see damaging wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour within the zone. So all of this light yellow area all of that is the tornado watch. And this goes until midnight as well for portions of Arkansas. So even though across portions of the plains, this threat is for tonight, this shifts into parts of the deep south heading into tomorrow. Not as potent as this afternoon, but it still has a potential of bringing in some gusty winds, large hail, and even that tornado risk. So still a lot of activity ongoing here. And of course, as Mike was pointing out earlier, this tornado warning that continues to be ongoing across portions of central Texas here. So this is for Milam County in central Texas until 8:30. So you have about another 15 to 17 minutes on this storm. And this is moving at 60 miles per hour. So definitely watching this very closely. So let me take out all of this color on the screen. It might be a little bit overwhelming. Just wanted to show you where exactly we're watching these new tornado watches that were issued and severe thunderstorm watches. So watch meaning the ingredients are all there for this storm to potentially produce straight line damaging winds. We already saw that in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So definitely be on alert. Tornadoes are definitely possible within both of these zones. And even large hail. So all of that extending into Arkansas and Louisiana. So maybe you're watching this from Arkansas and Louisiana. I know earlier Shreveport, you had a tornado warning, but the activity definitely has dwindled. Just stay on alert. Don't let this catch you off guard. This line of storms is just to the west of you, and it's coming for you in the overnight hours. So let's toggle off these watches and show you and get you a zoomed in view of this tornado watch or tornado warning that continues across portions of central Texas. So Bryan College Station, this tornado warning is just to the west of you. I think it'll go north, College Station being where Texas A&M is located, and this storm just to the west of you. So let's turn on that radar, and I want to give you a closer look. I know Mike was showing you earlier, but this being our only tornado warning right now, and looks like it is intensifying just from reflectivity. You can kind of see there a notch, and definitely noticing that rotation here. So let me draw this on the board in case you don't know what to look for when we talk about velocity. This just tells us that there's some rotation within the storm. So you can definitely see it here with these bright colors. And I want to change this and put over the reflectivity because this is right over Milano. So that's kind of where we're noticing that notch. So if I go back, those, you can kind of see it here. Right, so this is kind of the area of concern moving over Highway 77, and this is over just to the north of Milano. And Milano, you're probably getting in on some of these winds. And take a look at what's happening here in the radar. This is also interesting. Maybe some outflow from the winds. So this line right here, even though the storm is behind you, this is some outflow that's being registered there because of how intense the winds are. So just passing over Rockdale and Prairie Hill, so along Highway 77, you're definitely seeing that outflow on radar there. So pretty interesting features that we're picking up here as the storm tracks, and producing pretty gusty winds all the way down into Bastrop and McDade in central Texas there. So definitely an interesting storm that continues to track to the east, and that'll continue. But at least across central Texas and north Texas, I think the worst of the activity is now shifting to the east. If you're in San Antonio, though, it is just to the east of you. You just were under the severe thunderstorm warning. They just also extended it to Seguin, Texas, Gonzales, Nixon. All of you guys under a severe thunderstorm warning, again, for pretty intense winds, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So that's what we're going to continue to watch in the overnight hours. We want you guys to stay alert. And if you're watching us maybe for the first time this evening, you happen to find the stream either on YouTube or Facebook, make sure you're downloading the MyRadar app. You guys can actually track the storms in the app. It'll give you notifications if you're under a tornado warning. I know some of you get the EAS alerts on your phone, but this is also another step that you could take too to get those warnings on your phone and even know where the line of storms is located in your area. So it does a really good job at zooming into your location as well. And just to the south of that, so along in North Texas here, Corsicana all the way down to Interstate 45, some pretty gusty winds are coming in there. I have some family in there that were texting me here wondering what is going on with the storm down there in Corsicana. They're getting some of those intense winds right now, and that is that storm that is pushing through, eventually coming into areas like Athens, Texas. You're under this severe thunderstorm warning here because of the intense winds that are coming in. 75. Looks like they're warning some of these severe thunderstorm warnings for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So especially down here. So that's why I had a family member telling me these winds are intense. 70 mile per hour winds being registered in Navarro County right now, pushing to the east in Athens. Very small, not too populous areas there, but you're definitely going to feel the punch with those 70 mile per hour winds being registered in that region. So definitely pretty intense there. But thankfully, if you're in Corsicana, that storm, you're not really under that. You're just on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. But if you live anywhere on there, Palestine, Texas, Jacksonville, Texas, Tyler, Texas, you're getting some of the most intense winds coming your way with those winds at about 60 miles per hour for Smith, Franklin, Wood, Upshur, Morris, Titus, Camp, and Gray counties in Texas. So a lot of smaller counties out here, and especially with this being warned all the way up here. So looks like they didn't extend. I was talking earlier in the evening about that Paris, Texas tornado warning that was just to the east. So they didn't extend that, which is some good news. Some of the most intense winds are coming your way though. With that severe thunderstorm warning, and you're getting 70 mile per hour winds. So although you're not under a tornado warning, it's definitely packing a punch as it comes into Paris, Texas, and Clarksville, Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Once again, you're seeing some of these intense storms coming your way. So I know there was tornadoes in and around that area earlier this afternoon, but 60 mile per hour winds right now is the main hazard, and very small hail is possible within this line of storm. So all of this activity now extending into Oklahoma as these storms continue to push east. So anywhere from all the way up into Oklahoma, North Texas, just to the south of Dallas, you're getting into central Texas. That's where these storms are starting to move in, and then all the way down into San Antonio. We're still tracking that tornado warning across portions of central Texas. And right now we were seeing an indication of rotation within the storm with velocity on there, but thankfully nothing has been confirmed on the ground here. But again, it's just to the west of Bryan, Texas, College Station, where the home of Texas A&M is. So a lot of activity ongoing here. And I'm expecting this to pretty much ramp up for areas of Arkansas, Louisiana, and even parts of Houston heading into the late evening today and overnight hours. But if you're watching us, we appreciate you so much for tuning into our live stream tonight. We've been here for a couple of hours now. I know for a lot of you Texans, it's been a very long night, especially if you lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where there's extensive damage being reported. We're going to have to wait to see what the National Weather Service confirms with these storms, as they're going to be out surveying the storms here within the next several days. Of course, it is dark there now, so it's going to be very hard to see exactly the type of storm damage that it left behind. But once we get that daylight, more video will start to come in on what it's looking like there on the ground. So definitely going to be interesting to see what type of damage they find and what they classify these possible tornadoes here over the next several hours. So I know a lot of storm activity ongoing there across portions of North Texas. I'm definitely seeing a lot of footage coming in now on social media, and especially our storm chaser and meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, who's out in the field tracking these storms to give us good visuals of what's going on there. And even wind gusts being reported. So I was seeing in around the DFW airport, 66 mile per hour wind gusts. The heart of Dallas, winds gusted up to 76 miles per hour, and 63 at the Dallas Executive Airport, Arlington 58, 54 in Fort Worth. You know, some of these wind gusts pretty intense. 77 miles per hour reported in Fort Worth Mecum, 76 in Dallas Love Field, 71 at DFW Airport. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts is pretty significant, especially for the state of Texas as these storms push through. But definitely starting to feel that relief in the storm activity there. And it's going to start to pick up, though, across portions of eastern Texas. I also want to get a quick update on the power outages, because every time I refresh this page, the number just keeps going up. And it's not surprising. 345,000 customers without power. Now, I was talking about Navarro County here earlier. So Alice County, you're not seeing any power outages, but Navarro County, that's where those winds gusted. The National Weather Service was warning it for potentially 70 mile per hour winds. Right now, about 3,000 customers are without power in just Navarro County. So it's about 17% of the county. So that's pretty significant, especially for a small area like that. But across in general in North Texas, we got about Maybe nearly 300,000 customers just in North Texas there without power. So a lot of this will pick up throughout the rest of the night. Yeah, so, you know, this is an intense line of storms. Thankfully, it's out of those big populous areas. But definitely something that we want to keep our eye on. And especially, you know, Mike and I are keeping an eye on this tornado warning that continues in portions of central Texas here. But not really any new updates with this just yet. They're still warning it until 8:30. So you
Right.
still
So
got
we've
about
got less than 10 minutes to go on that
this
tornado
storm.
warning.
Yeah,
We've-
we're gonna have to wait to see if they actually extend this further east.
Yeah, it remains to be seen at this point. I believe that we have a chaser here. That's Rick Paget from our partners at Severe Studios here. This is way north up near Little Rock. Before we take a look at that tornado warned storm again, which doesn't have a lot of time, interesting that Rick is out ahead of this kind of bowing section here. It is not severe thunderstorm warned at this point. It's a significant amount of rain, though. And it looks like his stream might have just went down here in the app. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, you can see that purple kind of flash in that storm just to the west of him. That again, it's pulsing for sure. That is a rather strong storm, and you see the way that it's bending, right? I guess they can't see me on camera, right, Jack? If you can just pull up a little picture of me just for a second here. The way that it's bending, we have that U shape there. It's like pulling back on a bow, right? When you're going to fire a bow and arrow. Effectively, what you're seeing is the if you can pull up the app there, Jack. You don't necessarily need to see me. That's Erica driving around. Yep, there you go. Perfect. So that bowing section right there, how it like curves in, that's just representative of winds rushing way ahead of that line. And with that, the radar is starting to pick that up. So again, it's like pulling back on a bow, and it starts to bend into like that curved shape. That's just indicative of some really strong winds. Not severe thunderstorm warned as it stands right now. It's just a lot of rain as those storms continue to push their way northward. It's these guys down here that are closer to the energy source. That's the Gulf of Mexico, right? Bringing in that warm, wet air. Let's keep watching this system here. I know Erica, I can see, is driving around and looking at the the velocity rather of it. You can start to see that the main line is starting to almost like separate a little bit here. Could be some indication of it really trying to kind of get going, being that it wants to separate from the main line here. But looking at in the velocity scan here, it's, yeah, I mean, you're not getting anything jumping out at you rather significantly. We got someone here in the chat. Is it bad in San Antonio? Well, I mean, San Antonio is kind of on the backside of this now. So you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, if just for a moment here, I'll go to the high def radar so you can see it kind of all fill in, so you can see the real scope of this squall line here. I mean, this is a doozy, right? Stretching from Fayetteville, Arkansas, all the way pretty much to Mexico. And notice that here on the far southern edge, the most broad part of the storm, that you are seeing some storms firing up, seemingly out of like nothing, right? It's a really juiced up atmosphere, and that's why you're seeing these storms developing. So I think we just lost that tornado warning. So it is over. That was right here in central Texas. So I think with that, we are probably going to be wrapping up the stream. I want to remind you that this, just because we are wrapping up the stream, this event is not over yet. There's still a plethora of severe thunderstorms all along that line here, and that will continue into the late evening hours, likely into tomorrow. In fact, There is an enhanced risk for severe weather tomorrow in Kentucky as this line continues to eject its way northward. We'll continue to see that spin, being that the shear is rather significant. We have the storm moving from the west. We have the winds coming in from the south. And with that, you have all of the ingredients that you need for shear in the bluegrass state. So we've got... again, so much more exciting stuff to come here. You can see this awesome set behind me here. We're still going to be able to do videos up at the wall here. So you might see us from time to time get up from the desk here, walk over to the wall, and start to point at things that way. But we just wanted to have some options. There's so much more exciting stuff to come. Again, big shout out to our guys in the back. We got Jack in the back and Damien over there as well. Matt was here earlier today. And a huge shout out to James, the lighting technician that made all this beautiful stuff possible. And of course, shout out to Jack for helping too. I'd be remiss to not mention Jack. So again, be sure that you have the MyRadar app downloaded. I mean, it's totally free, right? If you don't have an iPhone, that's cool. You can download it on an Android device. Yeah, you don't have an Android device? Do you have an Amazon Alexa? It's there. Do you have an Xbox? We're there too. Or a Windows computer. That's what Erica has been using this entire evening to drive the radar around. Jack, take it for a second, just so we can show Erica's app in full screen there. This whole time, Erica has been driving the radar with the Windows app, which big shout out to Matthew, our lead developer on the Windows side. It's a really awesome experience for a lot of people out there that have been begging for a Mac version of the app. Rest assured, that is on the roadmap, but MyRadar is an awesome experience to use with a keyboard and mouse. And with that is what Erica has been doing on the Windows app. So big shout out to Matthew. Some of our newer features kind of come to Windows potentially earlier than others, and there's a lot of cool, exciting stuff coming. So, James is watching. He just shouted at me. I said, thanks for the shout out. Of course, James, absolutely.
Yay, go James.
Yeah. So big shout out to James. He'll be back here tomorrow. So will we. We've got a lot more to do in here, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds. This is just the start of it, right? But again, I would be remiss. We've got to make sure that you are prepared at home. So, of course, be sure that you have the MyRadar app installed with your notifications turned on. That way, if there is a severe thunderstorm warning or, of course, a tornado warning that is issued for your area, hopefully you'll be woken up. Make sure that you don't have Do Not Disturb on for an instance like this. Of course, if it's really bad, the government will blast through all of that with the alert that, like Matthew Capucci saw earlier today. You know, I'm sure you've had those alerts that really scare the crap out of you. When those Amber alerts go off, that could potentially be issued if there were to be, again, a significant threat to life and property. But we will be sure to alert you, of course, with the app. Be sure you have the notifications turned on. And, of course, be sure to follow us across all of our social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I said Facebook. We're on Twitch. Of course, big shout out to our Twitch viewers. TikTok. We were live on TikTok earlier today. And, of course, download the app. I think that's about it. For all of us on the team, Jack in the back, James, again, I know you're watching. Shout out to, I imagine you're probably playing Hogwarts Legacy at the same time. Awesome game. We got Damien in the back here. And then, of course, big shout out to meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's been putting in the miles on the road. He is in Texas right now. I mean, the guy flew to Arkansas in like 2 hours from Washington, D.C. and was already set up. The guy is definitely a hard worker for sure. So again, from all of us here on the team, the developers behind the scenes, from the CEO, Andy, to everybody on the team, stay safe and stay dry. We'll catch you back here next time. See ya.